Picture a vast desert landscape, bathed in the ethereal glow of two moons. The air is still, filled with the scent of dry earth and strange, sweet flora. In this quiet expanse, under a blanket of countless stars, a single discovery is about to alter the course of history. This is the story of a humble resource that would weave its way into the very fabric of empires, a tale of ambition, conflict, and unexpected unity that began with one young Khajiit and a glimmer of opportunity in the darkness. We're about to explore how the moon sugar trade didn't just create wealth, it fundamentally changed the fate of entire civilizations across Tamriel. Before we begin this journey together, we'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is there as you settle in for this story. Let us know in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our community connecting from every corner of the world. Our story starts with a young caravan guard named Jadar, whose life was defined by the simple, rugged rhythms of protecting his clan's trade routes. He knew the sands, the stars, and the dangers that lurked in the shadows. But one night, under the direct light of Maser and Secunda, his sharp eyes caught something extraordinary. There, blooming in a secluded patch of earth, was a strain of moon sugar, unlike any he had ever seen. Its crystals shimmered with a latent power, a potency that whispered of ancient magic and untold potential. In that single, breathless moment, Jadar stood at a crossroads. This wasn't just a plant, it was a key. It could unlock a future of prosperity and security for his entire people, lifting them from a life of hardship to one of legendary abundance. Yet, with that immense promise came an equally immense peril. The same moons that illuminated his discovery also revealed it to others. The hungry gaze of rival factions, from ambitious Imperial legates to shadowy mercenary bands, soon fell upon his find. Jadar faced an impossible choice, a decision that had to be made in the space of a single heartbeat. To leave it was to abandon his clan's greatest hope. To harvest it was to risk everything to draw a target on their backs and plunge them into a web of intrigue and conflict far beyond their experience. His swift decision to gather the rare bloom would set into motion a chain of events that would ripple across continents, turning a simple Khajiit guard into an unwitting architect of destiny. This is the story of that risk, and how the pursuit of one rare resource under the twin moons would come to bind the diverse peoples of Tamriel in ways no one could have ever predicted. With the twin moons still high overhead, the real work began. Jadar knew that harvesting this precious find was not a matter of simple labor. It was a sacred ritual passed down through generations. He gathered the most trusted members of his clan, those who remembered the old ways, and under their guidance, they worked with a reverence that bordered on prayer. Using silver sickles blessed by moonlight and woven baskets lined with specific desert mosses, they harvested each crystalline stalk with painstaking care. The ancient techniques were designed not just to collect the plant, but to capture its very essence, preserving the unique magical potency that made this strain so extraordinary. The air was thick with concentration and the faint, sweet scent of the sugar, a smell that promised a future they had only ever dreamed of. When the final stalk was safely stored, a collective sigh of relief and burgeoning joy swept through the clan. For the first time in living memory, a tangible, brilliant hope illuminated their faces. This was more than a successful harvest. It was a validation of their heritage and a key to a life free from constant struggle. But in Tamriel, hope is a flame that draws moths and predators alike. The very celebration that echoed through their encampment also carried on the dry desert winds, reaching the sharp ears of a scout from a nearby Imperial trade outpost. The Imperials, ever vigilant for new sources of wealth and influence, noted the unusual activity and the specific, potent scent lingering in the air. Rumors, once seeded, grow with a frightening speed. Within days, the clan's moment of triumph was shadowed by the knowledge that their secret was a secret no longer. Whispers of the Khajiit's golden bloom had reached the outpost's commander, a calculating legate named Valerius, and the clan found itself standing on a precipice. They possessed a treasure that could either build them a fortress or become the reason for their siege. This left Jadar facing a decision that would define his leadership and his clan's destiny. The conservative elders urged caution, their voices steeped in generations of suspicion. To them, the Imperials represented only one thing, an empire that took what it wanted. Sharing their bounty, they argued, was an invitation to be consumed, to have their culture diluted and their autonomy stripped away. The younger generation, however, saw a different path. They envisioned open trade routes, alliances with powerful entities, and a seat at the table in the wider world of Tamriel. Jadar, standing between the wisdom of tradition and the ambition of progress, felt the weight of both arguments. He knew that hoarding the moon's sugar might protect them in the short term, but it would also isolate them, potentially turning every neighbor into a jealous enemy. To share, however, was to step onto a chessboard where the other player held most of the pieces. After a long, solitary night, walking the sands under the watchful moons, Jadar made his choice. He would not surrender their fortune, but he would not hide from the world either. His decision was one of calculated diplomacy. He ordered a small, but impeccably pure, sample of the moon's sugar to be prepared. Then, with a small escort to show respect, but not aggression, he personally carried this gift to the Imperial outpost. His offer was not one of submission, but of potential partnership. He presented the sample to Legate Valerius as a gesture of goodwill from his clan, a sign of their willingness to engage and a quiet demonstration of the unparalleled quality they commanded. He spoke of mutual benefit and the opening of new trade routes, his words carefully chosen to suggest opportunity, not desperation. Valerius, a man whose demeanor was as polished and sharp as his armor, accepted the gift with a neutral expression. But when he examined the moon's sugar, his eyes, for just a fleeting moment, betrayed a profound and hungry interest. The sample was beyond anything he had encountered in his years of overseeing regional commerce. He recognized its value not just as a luxury good, but as a strategic resource with untold applications in alchemy and magic. His polite thanks were formal, but the intensity of his gaze as he dismissed Jadar spoke volumes. The Khajiit had successfully opened a dialogue, but in doing so, they had placed their unique treasure directly under the nose of a powerful and ambitious empire. This single act of diplomacy, born of hope and strategy, had irrevocably pulled the small clan from the safety of their desert home and into the vast, complex, and often ruthless web of Tamriel's economy. They had gained a potential ally, but they had also attracted the one thing more dangerous than an enemy: the keen, calculating interest of a power that now saw their discovery as an asset to be managed and ultimately controlled. Back at the Imperial outpost, the small sample of moon sugar was subjected to a series of rigorous tests. Legate Valerius watched, his expression unreadable, as his court alchemist crushed a single crystal into a fine powder. When the powder was added to a standard magicka recovery potion, the liquid didn't just glow, it erupted in a cascade of shimmering light, its efficacy magnified beyond any known measurement. Valerius, a man who had built his career on assessing value and opportunity, was for once truly stunned. This was not merely a high-quality commodity. It was a potential revolution in alchemy, a key ingredient that could enhance Imperial magical research, healing, and even military logistics. He saw not just a trade good, but a strategic asset, and he immediately understood that controlling its source was paramount. Within a day, a formal Imperial delegation, clad in polished steel and bearing the dragon banner, arrived at the Khajiit encampment. Valerius himself presented the proposition, an exclusive, long-term trade contract. The Empire would guarantee protection, premium prices, and access to the most lucrative markets across Tamriel. In return, the clan would sell their entire harvest of this unique moon sugar solely to the Empire, effectively making them a dedicated supplier to the most powerful civilization on the continent. The proposition landed in the clan not as an offer, but as a tremor that threatened to split the very ground they stood on. The division was immediate and ran deep, cleaving along the fault lines of generation and experience. The elders, their fur silvered with age and their minds filled with cautionary tales, gathered around the central fire, their voices low and grave. They spoke of Imperial histories, of provinces absorbed and cultures eroded under the banner of mutual benefit. To them, this contract was a gilded cage. It promised wealth, yes, but at the cost of their independence. They would become a vassal to Imperial demand, their rhythms and traditions dictated by quotas and contracts from a distant city. They do not want partners, one elder rasped. They want possessions. They will swallow us whole, and we will forget the taste of our own sand. Their fear was a palpable force, rooted in a deep-seated instinct for cultural preservation. In stark contrast, the younger members of the clan saw a horizon ablaze with possibility. They gathered in excited clusters, their eyes alight with visions of cities they had only heard of in stories, of influence and respect on a scale their small clan had never known. They argued that this was their moment to step out of the desert's shadows and onto the world stage. The Imperial offer represented security, a permanent end to the precarious hand-to-mouth existence of a small trading clan. It was a chance to build a legacy, to transform their lives from one of survival to one of significance. We have spent generations fearing the outside world, a young crafter countered, but fear has not made us strong. This could. We could be architects of our own future, not just guardians of a fading past. The encampment became a tense arena of whispered arguments and passionate, public debates, the unity that had been their greatest strength, now fraying under the weight of a single decision. At the center of this storm was Jadar. He felt the weight of both arguments pressing down on him, each with its own undeniable truth. He respected the elders' wisdom, their long memory of betrayals and broken promises. The thought of his people losing their identity, becoming just another cog in the Imperial machine, was a chilling prospect. He could see the future the elders feared, a future where their children knew more of Imperial law than Khajiit poetry. Yet he could not ignore the burning ambition in the eyes of the youth, an ambition he shared. He saw the chance to secure his clan's prosperity for generations, to lift them from a life of constant uncertainty. The conflict was not merely a political one, it was a battle for the soul of his people, and his decision would set its course for centuries to come. The safety of tradition warred with the promise of progress within him, and for a time, it seemed neither could win. The heated council meeting that followed lasted through the night. Voices were raised, old grievances surfaced, and the very fabric of their community was stretched taut. Jadar listened to every word, his own heart torn. Finally, as the first light of dawn tinged the sky, he stood to speak. He acknowledged the profound wisdom of the elders and validated their fears. He then turned to the younger members and affirmed their desire for a better life. His solution was a masterstroke of compromise, a way to test the waters without plunging the entire clan into the deep. He would not agree to the full, exclusive contract. Instead, he proposed a limited trial trade. They would commit a portion of their next harvest to the Imperials, nothing more. This would allow them to gauge the Empire's true intentions, to understand the practicalities of such a large-scale operation, and to measure the real benefits against the risks, all without betting their entire future on Imperial goodwill. The decision, though a compromise, was made against the firm wishes of the most conservative elders. While it prevented an immediate schism, a new tension now hummed beneath the surface of clan life. Trust had been subtly damaged. Jadar had chosen a path of cautious engagement over one of total isolation, and in doing so, he had proven that he was willing to steer the clan into uncharted waters. The clan's unity, once as solid as stone, now showed its first hairline cracks. Furthermore, by formally agreeing to even a limited deal with the Empire, Jadar had irrevocably placed his clan on the political map of Tamriel. They were no longer an anonymous group of desert traders. They were now the named source of a resource so valuable it had captured the full attention of the Imperial machine. This act did not go unnoticed. Whispers of the arrangement traveled on the wind, reaching the ears of other merchant princes, rival Khajiit caravans, and the diplomats of other provinces. The simple act of signing a trial agreement had transformed their rare moon sugar from a secret fortune into a public prize, and in the competitive landscape of Tamriel, a prize never remains unclaimed for long. Unseen rivals began to take note. Their interest piqued, their ambitions stirred, setting the stage for conflicts and alliances that would reach far beyond the sands of Elsewhere. The journey to the Imperial city was a trial in itself, a grueling trek that tested the resolve of every member of Jadar's caravan. They navigated treacherous mountain passes where the narrow paths seemed to crumble under the weight of their wagons, and they forded swift, icy rivers that threatened to sweep their precious cargo downstream. Every shadow in the rocky outcrops could hide a bandit, and every strange sound in the night sent the guards reaching for their blades. Jadar led from the front, his senses sharp, his decisions swift. He was no longer just a guard, protecting his own. He was a diplomat, transporting the very future of his clan, and the weight of that responsibility settled on his shoulders with each mile they traveled. Finally, after weeks of arduous travel, the spires of the Imperial city pierced the horizon, a breathtaking silhouette of white stone and ambition that dwarfed anything Jadar had ever seen. It was a monument to human power, a world away from the warm sands of his home. Reaching the massive gates, however, was not the end of their struggle, but the beginning of a new kind of battle. The Imperial guards, clad in polished steel and wearing expressions of bored authority, regarded the dusty Khajiit caravan with open suspicion. They were not hostile, but they were far from welcoming, their procedures slow and methodical. The inspection was thorough to the point of humiliation, with guards poking through their carefully packed moon sugar as if searching for contraband, their dismissive tones making it clear that a clan from the deserts of elsewhere was a minor, almost inconvenient arrival. Then came the matter of the tariffs. The official, a man with a scroll-laden desk just inside the gate, quoted a sum that made Jadar's heart sink. It was a figure calculated not on the value they declared, but on the perceived value the Imperials assigned to them, a tax on their otherness as much as their goods. This was Jadar's first real taste of Imperial bureaucracy, a system not of clear rules, but of layered power and implicit demands, and it was a bitter one. Paying this fee would erase nearly all their projected profit from this first crucial trade run. Here, Jadar faced a silent, intense conflict. His clan's pride bristled at the injustice. They were being treated not as respected trade partners, but as supplicants, charged an exorbitant price simply for the privilege of entering the Empire's marketplace. To pay without protest felt like a surrender, an admission that they were lesser. Every instinct told him to argue, to stand his ground, and demand the respect their product deserved. Yet the cooler, more strategic part of his mind prevailed. He looked past the arrogant official, through the gate into the teeming, prosperous city beyond. He saw not just an insult, but a test. The Empire was gauging his reaction. Would he be a difficult, prideful outsider, or a compliant, reliable business partner? Future trade, the entire potential of their alliance, hinged on this single, frustrating transaction. To secure that future, he had to swallow his pride in this moment, no matter how galling it was. The clan's coffers, however, did not contain the extra funds for this unexpected levy. They had calculated for travel costs, for minor bribes, but not for this institutionalized financial barrier. The other caravan members looked to Jadar, their expressions a mix of anger and helplessness. It was then that he made a quiet, deeply personal decision. From a hidden pouch on his belt, he produced a family heirloom, a heavy silver amulet in the shape of a curling serpent, passed down through his line for generations. It was more than jewelry. It was a piece of his history, a tangible connection to his ancestors. Without a word of complaint to his crew, he approached a nearby licensed pawnbroker, a shrewd-looking Breton who appraised the piece with a critical eye. The price offered was a fraction of its sentimental worth, but it was just enough to cover the Imperial tariffs. Jadar accepted the coins, the weight of the amulet, its absence far heavier than the gold in his hand. This personal sacrifice accomplished its immediate goal. The tariffs were paid, the scroll was stamped, and the gates of the Imperial city swung open for the Khajiit caravan. They had secured their entry, but the cost had been profound. Jadar had not only spent his own inheritance, he had demonstrated the lengths to which he was willing to go to preserve this fragile trade relationship. This act deepened his commitment immensely, binding him emotionally and financially to the success of this venture. Yet, it also created a vulnerability. He had now personally subsidized the Empire's demands, setting a dangerous precedent. Would future tariffs be just as high, expecting similar personal sacrifices? The bustling city before them was a labyrinth of gleaming opportunity and hidden perils, a place where immense fortune and utter ruin coexisted on the same crowded street. They had passed the first gate, but they were now playing a game with stakes far higher than any of them had imagined, and Jadar had just proven he was willing to bet everything, even his own heritage, to win. Their first days in the Imperial city were a whirlwind of new sights, sounds, and the constant low hum of commerce. After securing a modest stall in the bustling market district, Jadar and his clan began the delicate work of presenting their moon sugar not as a simple commodity, but as a substance of unparalleled quality. It was here that fortune, or perhaps destiny, intervened in the form of a distinguished visitor. Lady Cordelia, a name spoken with reverence in alchemical circles, was known for her discerning taste and her patronage of only the most exceptional ingredients. Drawn by the faint, crystalline shimmer of their display and the uniquely sweet scent that seemed to purify the air around their stall, she approached, her movements precise and her gaze analytical. She was a woman whose reputation preceded her, an imperial noble who had turned her back on courtly intrigue to pursue the deeper mysteries of potion craft. With a polite but firm request, she asked to examine a sample, and Jadar, recognizing the importance of the moment, provided her with a single, perfect crystal. What happened next was a transformation that captivated everyone watching. Lady Cordelia didn't just look at the moon sugar, she engaged with it on a level that transcended mere appraisal. Using a set of silver tools she produced from a velvet case, she crushed the crystal into a fine powder over a small, heated crucible. She then added a drop of a common magicka restoration tonic. The resulting reaction was not the gentle glow they were accustomed to seeing, but a silent miniature explosion of prismatic light that swirled within the glass vessel before settling into a potion that seemed to hold captured starlight. Her normally composed expression shifted, her eyes widening with a spark of pure, unadulterated insight. She saw it immediately. This was not an ingredient to be merely added to existing recipes. This was a catalyst, a foundational element that could redefine the very principles of alchemy. It could amplify potion potency to unheard of degrees, stabilize volatile magical mixtures, and perhaps even unlock effects previously thought to be theoretical. In that single, illuminating moment, she saw the potential for revolutionary healing elixirs, for potions that could mend broken bones in hours instead of days, and for concoctions that could grant mages a clarity and reservoir of power they had only dreamed of. Her offer was as immediate as it was transformative. She proposed a lucrative, exclusive long-term partnership, bypassing the general market entirely. She would commit to purchasing their entire output at a price that dwarfed what they could hope to earn from 100 market stalls, and she would provide them with letters of credit from the Imperial Bank, granting them financial stability they had never known. This was the security Jadar had risked everything for, the promise of a future free from want. But this golden opportunity came with a steep and demanding condition. To fuel her research and the production lines she envisioned, she required a steady, large, and unending supply. The clan's current harvesting methods, careful and limited to preserve the plant's natural cycle, would be utterly insufficient. Meeting her demand would require a fundamental shift in their operations. They would need to clear new fields, cultivate the plant on a massive scale, and harvest it with a frequency that bordered on the industrial. The dream of wealth was suddenly tethered to the reality of radical expansion. This proposition forced Jadar into a conflict that struck at the very heart of his people's identity. The moon sugar wasn't just a crop to the Khajiit. It was a gift from the twin moons, a sacred part of their spiritual and cultural ecosystem. Their traditional harvesting grounds were not merely plots of land. They were consecrated spaces, groves where the plants grew wild and free, their life cycles intertwined with ancient rituals and seasonal celebrations. To expand operations as Lady Cordelia demanded would mean cultivating these sacred areas, potentially draining the land of its natural magic and disrupting the delicate balance that had sustained the unique strain for generations. The elders spoke of the land's spirit, warning that to take too much too quickly was to invite a barren future. They argued that this new path, while profitable, would erode their culture, turning a spiritual practice into a mere mechanical process. The clan's newfound economic security was now poised directly against the potential environmental decimation of their homeland and the slow death of their traditions. Faced with this impossible choice between prosperity and preservation, Jadar knew he could not decide alone. He sought the counsel of the clan's spiritual leader, an old, revered Khajiit named Risad, whose eyes held the wisdom of countless lunar cycles. They walked together through the sacred groves as Jadar laid out the dilemma. Risad listened in silence, his paws brushing against the leaves of the moon sugar plants. He did not offer a simple answer, but instead posed a question that would guide Jadar's decision. Does the river cease to flow because we drink from it? He asked, his voice a soft rasp. We must take what we need, but we must also ensure the river continues to its destination. The challenge is not in the taking, but in the giving back. His wisdom pointed not to absolute refusal, but to a path of mindful responsibility. He suggested that expansion was possible, but only if it was done with reverence and strict boundaries, a partnership with the land rather than a conquest of it. Empowered by this guidance, Jadar returned to Lady Cordelia with his decision. He agreed to increase production to meet her demands, securing the clan's financial future. However, he attached non-negotiable conditions. He would establish strict, inviolable limits on their harvesting. The most ancient and sacred groves would be designated as preserves, completely off limits to cultivation, ensuring the survival of the original wild strain. New fields would be developed only in areas that could support the growth without magical irrigation or forced enchantments, and they would implement a rotating harvest schedule that allowed the land to rest and regenerate. He presented this not as a limitation, but as a guarantee of long-term quality. arguing that a sustainable source would provide a superior product for generations, unlike a rapidly depleted one. Lady Cordelia, though initially impatient with the constraints, was a shrewd businesswoman who recognized the long-term value in his proposal. She reluctantly agreed to his terms, formalizing a partnership built on a fragile balance between ambition and conservation. This pivotal decision set the clan on an irreversible course. They were now firmly on the path to immense wealth, their fortunes tied to the most influential alchemical mind in the Empire. But with this elevation came a new and dangerous visibility. The sheer volume of their shipments to Lady Cordelia's workshops could not be hidden. Other merchants, rival alchemists, and even representatives from the Mages Guild began to take note. Whispers circulated about the Khajiit clan that had secured the legendary Cordelia's exclusive patronage. Competitors who had once dismissed them now looked upon their operation with covetous eyes, desperate to discover the secrets of their cultivation, or, failing that, to acquire their source by any means necessary. Furthermore, the clan's way of life began to shift subtly. More hands were needed for the expanded harvests, pulling Khajiit away from traditional crafts and roles to work the fields. Their calendar began to revolve around shipment schedules and lunar cycles for planting, their daily rhythms slowly being reshaped by the relentless demand of their distant partner. They had secured their prosperity, but in doing so, they had traded a portion of their isolation and independence for a place in a much larger and far more dangerous world. The success of their partnership with Lady Cordelia brought a new rhythm to Jadar's life in the Imperial city, one filled with the satisfying weight of gold and the constant, underlying hum of vigilance. On a day meant for routine errands, for purchasing new leather straps for the wagons and replenishing their stores of dried meat, he found himself in a crowded tavern near the city's main gate. The air was thick with the smell of roasted meat, cheap ale, and the sweat of 100 different races, a cacophony of laughter, bargaining, and whispered secrets. He was waiting for a supplier, his focus on a list of goods, when a fragment of conversation from a nearby booth sliced through the general noise. The speakers were a pair of rough-looking Red Guard merchants, their faces weathered by sun and sand, and they spoke in low, conspiratorial tones about a new opportunity rising from the deserts of Elsewhere. One of them leaned in, his voice dropping further, and Jadar caught the words Khajiit clan and a sugar that outshines any gem. The other grunted in agreement, adding that several merchant consortiums and even a shadowy group known as the Scarlet Sails were pooling resources to send their own expeditions south. They say the source is hidden in a valley guarded by old magic, the first man murmured, but every lock has its key, and every secret has its price. In that single, chilling moment, the solid ground of Jadar's achievements seemed to turn to shifting sand beneath his feet. The carefully cultivated prosperity, the hard-won respect from Lady Cordelia, the entire future he was building for his clan. It was all built upon a foundation that was now cracking. The secret of their moon sugar's origin was no longer a secret. It was a topic of tavern gossip, a prize to be hunted by men who saw the world only in terms of profit and possession. His mind raced, painting terrifying pictures of armed caravans cutting through the unprotected dunes towards his homeland, of strangers with shovels and spells desecrating the sacred groves of his people, his family, facing intimidation, or worse, from those who would stop at nothing to claim their source. The remote location that had always been their sanctuary was now their greatest vulnerability, a hidden treasure chest with a broken lock, visible to every greedy eye in Tamriel. The safety of his clan was no longer guaranteed by distance or obscurity. It was now inextricably, dangerously linked to the very trade success he had fought so hard to secure. This realization plunged him into a state of acute tension, a silent war between instinct and strategy. His first roaring impulse was one of pure, protective fury. He wanted to gather his guards, to confront the merchants in the booth, and issue a stark warning, to make it known that the Khajiit would defend their home with tooth and claw. But as his hand tightened around the handle of his untouched tankard, the cooler voice of reason prevailed. An open confrontation here, in the heart of the Empire, would be a disaster. It would signal weakness and fear, validating the rumors and making his clan appear as a target worth pursuing. More importantly, it could shatter the delicate trust he had built with the Imperials. Legate Valerius and Lady Cordelia valued stability and discretion above all else. A public brawl over trade secrets would paint Jadar as a volatile, unreliable partner, potentially jeopardizing the contracts that were his people's lifeline. He could not fight this threat with force, not yet. He had to find a way to shield his clan without raising a spear, to protect his home without appearing to have something worth stealing. He needed to become a shadow, a silent sentinel, rather than a shouting warrior. The solution, when it came to him, was one of quiet precision. He needed eyes and ears where his could not be, an early warning system that operated in the spaces between official notice and public knowledge. Finishing his business with a calm demeanor that belied the storm within, Jadar made his way to a part of the city. Most respectable merchants avoided the network of old canals and repurposed stone vaults, known as the Draconis Maiden. Here, in the semi-darkness, he sought out a contact mentioned to him in passing by a sympathetic Imperial quartermaster, a Bosmer woman named Alara, whose reputation was built on silence and superlative tracking skills. He found her in a dimly lit alcove, mending a fletching on an arrow. Their negotiation was swift and conducted in hushed tones. He did not speak of moon sugar or sacred valleys. He spoke only of needing to know if certain merchant groups began moving south towards the Palatine region of Elsewhere. He offered a generous payment, half upfront, for regular, discreet reports delivered by trained messenger hawks. Alara asked no probing questions, her sharp, green eyes seeming to understand the unspoken stakes. She simply nodded, accepted the gold, and melted back into the shadows, a ghost already on her new assignment. This decision, while necessary, marked a significant shift in the clan's posture and their use of resources. The gold paid to Alara was not a simple business expense. It was the first allocation of their hard-earned profits directly towards defense and espionage, a drain on their treasury that yielded no immediate return in goods or goodwill. It forced Jadar into a defensive, reactive stance. He was no longer just a trader and a leader. He was now a spy master, his mind constantly divided between the logistics of commerce and the phantom threats reported by his scout. The strain was both financial and psychological, a constant low-grade anxiety that the peace they were enjoying was merely an illusion, a calm before a storm of greed and ambition. The shadows around their success seemed to grow longer and more menacing, filled not with the familiar dangers of desert predators, but with the far more insidious threat of rivals who saw their home not as a place of culture and family, but as a resource to be plundered. The simple act of overhearing a rumor in a tavern had transformed their entire operation, proving that in the high-stakes game of Tamrielic trade, fortune was always followed by envious eyes, and the path to prosperity was lined with hidden knives. The relative peace of the encampment was shattered not by a roar, but by a whisper. It was deep in the night, when Maser and Secunda were little more than slivers of light in the sky, that the masked figures came. They moved like ghosts through the sleeping camp, their forms blending with the shadows, their intent focused solely on the heavily guarded storage tents at the heart of the settlement. The attack was not a frontal assault, but a work of sinister precision. They used padded tools to silently cut through the tough canvas, and employed subtle, sleep-inducing powders to subdue the 2 guards stationed at the entrance, who slumped to the ground without a chance to cry out. The thieves were professionals, their actions speaking of careful planning and inside knowledge of the guard rotation and the layout of the camp. It was only the keen hearing of a young apprentice, unable to sleep and practicing her night sight, that prevented a total disaster. She saw the dark shapes slipping into the treasure tent and let out a piercing, terrified yowl that ripped through the silent night. What followed was a frantic and desperate struggle, a chaotic ballet of violence conducted in near total darkness. Khajiit guards, shaken from their sleep, scrambled towards the commotion without armor or proper weapons, relying on instinct and natural claws. The thieves, though outnumbered, fought with a cold, efficient ferocity, using short, weighted clubs and daggers to create space as they tried to retreat with heavy sacks of the crystalline sugar. The fight was eerily quiet, punctuated only by grunts of effort, the thud of impacts, and the sharp hisses of pain. There was no grand battle cry, only the grim, intimate business of protection and theft. The clan's defenders fought with the fury of those protecting their very future, and their sheer numbers and desperation began to tell. One by one, the masked intruders were overwhelmed and subdued, though not before several Khajiit suffered deep bruises and one a nasty gash across his arm from a well-aimed blade. As the last thief was pinned, the clan stood panting in the sudden quiet, the adrenaline fading to be replaced by a cold, sinking realization. The thieves had been repelled, but they had not come empty-handed. A quick inventory revealed several of the most potent, carefully selected sacks were gone, spirited away in the initial moments of the breach. The immediate danger had passed, but a deeper, more insidious wound had been inflicted. The clan's sense of security, hard won through their recent successes, lay in tatters. This was not an abstract threat discussed in a far-off city tavern. This was a violation, a physical attack on their home. The sight of their injured comrades and the empty space where their precious cargo had been stored created a palpable atmosphere of fear and vulnerability. Trust, the bedrock of their close-knit community, was suddenly a fragile thing. Whispers began to circulate. How did the thieves know exactly where to go? How did they know the guards' schedules? The unthinkable question hung in the air. Was there a traitor among them? Someone who had traded their clan's safety for a share of the stolen goods? The encampment, once a place of shared purpose and familial warmth, now felt like a place under siege. where every unfamiliar shadow and whispered conversation was viewed with new suspicion. This left Jadar facing a crisis of leadership that went far beyond a simple security breach. As the clan's initial shock turned to a boiling anger, a loud and vocal faction, led by some of the younger, more hot-blooded warriors, demanded immediate and brutal retaliation. They argued that to do nothing was to show weakness, to invite further attacks from every greedy faction in Tamriel. They wanted to take the captured thieves, those who hadn't escaped in the confusion, and extract information by any means necessary, then launch a punitive raid against whoever had sent them. Their rage was afire, and they looked to Jadar to fan the flames. Yet the cooler, more experienced part of Jadar's mind saw the immense peril in this path. The thieves' gear, while nondescript, had subtle markings that suggested possible connections to powerful merchant guilds operating with Imperial licenses. To publicly torture prisoners or launch an unauthorized military strike could be seen as an act of rebellion by the Empire itself. It could shatter the delicate alliance with Legate Valerius and Lady Cordelia, who valued stability and the rule of law above all else. Jadar was trapped between the justifiable fury of his people and the cold, political reality that their newfound prosperity was entirely dependent on Imperial goodwill. The decision he reached after a long, solitary vigil was one of profound strategic restraint, a choice that disappointed many but ultimately defined his growth as a leader. He would not give in to the thirst for vengeance. Instead, he chose a path of silent, formidable defense. He ordered the captured thieves to be handed over to a contingent of Imperial guards who regularly patrolled the region, presenting it as a matter of upholding Imperial law and order. This act, while frustrating to his clan, sent a clear message to Valerius that the Khajiit were responsible partners who respected the Empire's authority. Simultaneously, he launched a complete overhaul of their security. He doubled the guard shifts, ensuring that no single point was ever left vulnerable. He had master crafters design new, complex locks for the storage tents that could not be picked with conventional tools. Most importantly, he instituted a system of misdirection. The main storage tents were left as decoys, holding only a small, less valuable portion of their harvest, while the true bulk of the moon's sugar was moved to a series of hidden, underground caches, whose locations were known only to a handful of his most trusted kin. He turned their encampment into a fortress of secrets, where the real treasure was invisible. This calculated response, while it avoided an immediate political crisis, fundamentally changed the nature of their existence and Jadar's own demeanor. The breach had proven, beyond any doubt, that their fortune came with a permanent and ever-present target on their backs. It was no longer enough to be prosperous. They had to be cunning. Jadar, once a leader who operated on a foundation of communal trust, now found himself having to be more secretive, more calculating. He could no longer share every piece of information with the entire clan, and he had to look upon even long-time friends with a measure of caution. The threat was no longer just from outside their borders. It had seeped into the very fabric of their community, poisoning the well of trust. The game had escalated from open commerce to shadowy espionage, and Jadar was learning that in this new arena, the most dangerous attacks were not the ones you saw coming, but the ones you never heard at all. The silent struggle in the darkness had ended, but the much quieter, more insidious war of information and deception had only just begun. Just as the clan was fortifying their defenses and settling into a new, more cautious rhythm, a different kind of challenge emerged from the east. A lone Argonian arrived at their encampment, not with the stealth of a thief, but with the quiet authority of a diplomat. He introduced himself as Hides and Reeds, an envoy from a prominent tribal confederation in Black Marsh. His scales were the color of deep jungle moss, and his eyes held a calm, ancient intelligence that seemed to assess the entire clan and their operation in a single, sweeping glance. He was granted an audience with Jadar, and there, seated on woven mats in the shade of the main tent, he laid out a proposal that was as bold as it was tempting. He spoke of the Argonians' mastery, of the treacherous waterways of their homeland, of hidden paths through the murky marshes that were known only to their people. He offered the Khajiit an alternative trade route, a secret passage that would carry their moon sugar from the heart of Elsewhere directly to the ports of Black Marsh, completely bypassing the heavily patrolled and tariff-laden Imperial roads of Cyrodiil. The consequences of this offer hung in the air, as tangible as the sweet scent of the moon sugar itself. For Jadar, it was a siren song of pure, unadulterated independence. The financial implications were staggering. By avoiding the Imperial tariffs, the taxes at every bridge and city gate, and the obligatory bribes to officials, the clan's profit margin on each shipment would nearly double. This wasn't just more gold, it was freedom. It was the power to trade on their own terms, to build their own network of partners without the ever-watchful eye of Legate Valerius scrutinizing every transaction. It promised a return to the self-reliance that was so central to the Khajiit spirit, a chance to step out from under the shadow of the Empire and stand as true equals in the global market. The appeal was visceral, especially after the recent humiliation of the theft and the constant, grating friction of Imperial bureaucracy. Yet, this glittering opportunity was shadowed by a deep and chilling risk. Accepting the Argonians' proposal would be a direct and blatant violation of their exclusive contract with the Empire. Legate Valerius was not a man who tolerated disobedience. Such a move would be seen not as shrewd business, but as a profound betrayal of trust. It would instantly shatter the hard-won alliance that guaranteed their safety within Imperial borders and provided access to the richest markets in Tamriel. Valerius had the power to brand them as outlaws, to seize their assets within the Empire, and to close every border to them. The security that Jadar had sacrificed so much to build, the protection of Imperial legions, the patronage of Lady Cordelia, would evaporate overnight. The clan would be cast adrift, reliant solely on the goodwill of the Argonians, a people known for their inscrutable motives and fierce isolationism. It was a choice between the devil they knew and the deep, murky waters they did not. This placed Jadar in the grip of a conflict that gnawed at his very identity as a leader. On one side was the undeniable allure of Argonian neutrality. The marshes of Black Marsh were a natural fortress, a place where Imperial influence withered and died. Dealing with the Argonians meant operating in a space free from the complex, often suffocating politics of the human empire. It promised a simpler, more direct form of commerce, and the lower costs would allow the clan to amass a treasury that could make them truly untouchable. But on the other side was the cold, hard reality of the security. the Imperial alliance provided. That alliance was a shield. It had given them legitimacy, a place at the table, and a powerful patron who could deter all but the most brazen of rivals. To abandon, it was to trade a fortified castle for a nimble but exposed skiff, faster and more independent, but also far more vulnerable to the storms and predators of the open sea. He was torn between the thrilling promise of ultimate freedom and the sobering duty of guaranteed safety for his people. The deliberation that followed was not a swift one. Jadar spent days in quiet council, not just with his usual advisors, but with members from every corner of the clan. He listened to the passionate arguments of the young traders, their eyes alight with visions of vast, untaxed wealth and a trade empire bearing the Khajiit name alone. He also heard the grave warnings of the elders, who reminded him that a contract sworn under the gaze of the Imperial dragon was not a thing to be broken lightly. They spoke of the long memory of empires and the swift, brutal reach of their justice. Jadar walked the perimeter of the camp each night, weighing the dream of total autonomy against the peace of mind that came with a powerful protector. He thought of the recent attack and how much more vulnerable they would have been without the implicit threat of Imperial retribution hanging over their would-be assailants. He considered the nature of the Argonians themselves honorable in their own way, but fiercely loyal to their own interests, and ultimately an unknown quantity. His final decision was a testament to his growth from a hopeful guard into a strategic statesman. He would decline the Argonian envoy's offer. When he met again with Hides and Reeds, he did so with respect and firmness. He thanked the envoy for the generous proposition and acknowledged its many advantages, but he explained that his clan had given their word to the Empire and that their honor was a currency more valuable than any short-term profit. He spoke of the value of a stable, predictable partnership and of the importance of building a legacy based on trust and reliability, not just on gold. It was a difficult speech to give, turning away such a clear path to greater wealth, but he framed it as a commitment to long-term principles over immediate gratification. This act of loyalty, while costing them a fortune in potential earnings, yielded a different kind of wealth. When word of his decision inevitably reached Legate Valerius, the Imperial's response was one of quiet, profound satisfaction. Valerius was a man who dealt in power and leverage, and Jadar had just proven himself immune to a very potent form of both. The Khajiit leader had faced a massive temptation and had chosen fidelity to his contract. This earned Jadar and his clan a deeper, more genuine level of trust from the Imperial machine. They were no longer just useful business partners. They were now considered reliable allies. Valerius began to share more sensitive market information with them and included them in higher-level trade discussions, treats that were far more valuable than simple gold. They had secured their position within the safest and most powerful economic network in Tamriel. However, every decision of such magnitude creates ripples, and this one created a tidal wave of resentment. Hides and Reeds accepted Jadar's refusal with a slow, deliberate blink, his reptilian face betraying no emotion. But as he turned to leave the encampment, he paused and delivered a quiet, chilling vow. He said that the demand for such a resource would not simply vanish. If the Khajiit would not be the source for Black Marsh, then Black Marsh would find another. His words were not a threat of violence, but a promise of competition. The envoy's departure signaled the start of a new, covert arms race. The Argonians, now fully aware of the moon sugar's immense value, would begin to actively seek out or cultivate their own supply, potentially bankrolling rival Khajiit clans or funding expeditions to find and domesticate the rare strain themselves. Furthermore, Jadar's refusal created an opportunity for other disgruntled parties. It was not long before whispers reached him that the Argonian envoy had been seen in quiet conversation with representatives from the very merchant consortiums that had previously tried to steal the Khajiit's secret. By choosing the Empire, Jadar had not only made an enemy of a diplomat, he had inadvertently united his disparate rivals, forging a new alliance of opposition bound together by a shared desire to break the Khajiit's monopoly and a shared resentment of their imperial favor. After a full cycle of seasons, from the first risky harvest to the establishment of a flourishing trade, the Khajiit clan decided to mark their unprecedented success, not with quiet hoarding, but with a grand, open-handed celebration. They would host a festival of prosperity, a gesture meant to honor the land, their ancestors, and the new alliances that had made their fortune possible. The encampment was transformed. Colorful silks billowed from newly erected pavilions. The air grew thick with the aromas of roasting spiced meats and sweet confections, and the sounds of traditional drumming and melodic string instruments echoed through the valley. It was a deliberate, stunning showcase of Khajiit culture, a vibrant display meant to solidify their reputation, not just as shrewd traders, but as a people of rich heritage and communal spirit. Invitations were sent to Imperial dignitaries, including Legate Valerius and Lady Cordelia, as well as to leaders of neighboring Khajiit tribes, and even the chieftains of nearby human and elven settlements. This was more than a party. It was a strategic move to weave their clan deeper into the social and political fabric of the region, transforming business partners into friends and wary neighbors into invested allies. The festival itself was a resounding, dazzling success. Legate Valerius arrived with a full honor guard, his presence a silent but powerful endorsement of the clan's status. He watched the intricate dances and sampled the exotic foods with a look of genuine, if measured, appreciation. Lady Cordelia, meanwhile, was enthralled by the cultural demonstrations of alchemy and herb lore, seeing in them a depth of knowledge she had previously overlooked. The local dignitaries, initially perhaps curious or skeptical, were swept up in the warmth and generosity of the event. They saw a clan confident in its identity and prosperous enough to share that prosperity freely. For the Khajiit themselves, it was a moment of immense pride. To see their traditions respected and admired by such powerful figures was a validation that went beyond mere commerce. It solidified their reputation as a rising, sophisticated power in the region, a force that commanded respect through both wealth and cultural richness. The bonds of mutual respect and shared experience forged that day were stronger than any parchment contract. Yet, beneath the vibrant music and the cheerful facade, Jadar navigated a continuous, subtle undercurrent of political tension. His every moment was a balancing act, a diplomatic dance as complex as any performed on the festival grounds. He had to ensure that Legate Valerius felt honored without making the local tribal chieftains feel subordinate. He had to listen with equal attentiveness to Lady Cordelia's scholarly observations and a local farmer's praise for the quality of the roast. A misplaced word, a perceived slight in the seating arrangement, or an uneven distribution of attention could easily sour the good will the festival was meant to generate. He moved through the crowds with a calm smile, but his mind was constantly mapping the social landscape, deftly smoothing over minor friction and ensuring every guest, from the highest Imperial to the simplest crafter, felt genuinely welcomed and valued. This was the unspoken work of leadership, a test of his grace under pressure, far removed from the dangers of the caravan trail. The most delicate challenge, however, was the ever-present need to protect their trade secrets, while surrounded by so many curious and knowledgeable eyes. The festival was a showcase, but it could not become an open house for their methods. Jadar had ordered that all demonstrations be carefully curated. Guests could witness the beauty of a finished moon sugar crystal displayed in a locked glass case, but they were kept far from the actual processing areas, which were discreetly guarded by trusted kin. He noticed the keen, analytical gaze of other alchemists who had accompanied Lady Cordelia, their eyes lingering a little too long on the specific herbs used in ceremonial incense, or the way the clan's own alchemists handled certain tools. He saw rival merchants casually questioning his younger clansmen about harvest cycles and soil conditions, their friendly tones masking a clear intent to gather information. Jadar had to rely on the discipline and loyalty of his people, trusting them to share the spirit of their culture without revealing the letter of their techniques, all while maintaining an atmosphere of open hospitality. It was a constant, exhausting vigilance, a game of shadows played in broad daylight. It was at the festival's climax, during the main speech under the light of the twin moons, that Jadar made a decision intended to resolve this tension between display and defense. Standing before the assembled guests, with the wealth and success of his clan on full display, he chose to redefine what that wealth represented. Instead of simply basking in their good fortune, he announced that the clan would publicly gift a substantial portion of their moon sugar profits from the past year to fund the construction of a new school in the region. This school would be open to all children, Khajiit and non-Khajiit alike, and would teach not only letters and numbers, but also the principles of sustainable agriculture, history, and intercultural exchange. He framed it not as an act of charity from a superior position, but as an investment in the shared future of everyone living in the region, a way to give back to the land and the community that had supported them. This single act was a masterstroke with immediate and profound consequences. The announcement was met with a moment of stunned silence, followed by an eruption of genuine applause and cheers. The goodwill it generated was palpable and powerful. The local chieftains and village elders, who might have viewed the Khajiit's wealth with envy, now saw them as benefactors and partners in progress. Parents looked at Jadar with new respect, seeing in him a leader who valued their children's future. This charitable act began to build a protective web of community support around the clan. They were no longer just rich outsiders. They had become integral patrons of the common good. A community that benefits from a clan's success is far less likely to tolerate its exploitation or attack. It was a strategic move to turn potential enemies into staunch defenders. Yet, this very act of generosity also cast a brighter, more revealing light on the sheer scale of their riches. To be able to fund an entire school from a single year's profits was a statement of financial power that could not be ignored. While it earned them gratitude, it also undoubtedly stoked the fires of envy in certain hearts. Rival merchants in attendance would have done the math in their heads, their eyes narrowing at the immense fortune such a gift implied. Ambitious local leaders might begin to see the clan not just as benefactors, but as a treasury to be tapped for their own projects. The celebration, for all its joy and apparent unity, could not fully mask these underlying tensions. The same applause that celebrated their generosity also echoed with the unspoken calculations of those who now saw them as the region's primary source of wealth, a target marked not for destruction, but for a different kind of exploitation, through endless requests for loans, donations, and partnerships, or through more coercive means. The festival ended as a magnificent success, but it left the clan standing on a new pinnacle, more admired than ever, yet also more exposed, their prosperity now a beacon that drew both protective allies and covetous eyes from every corner of the region. The rhythm of commerce and celebration was soon punctuated by a new, more intellectual form of interest. In the hallowed lecture halls of the University of Guilem, a Breton scholar named Dr. Elia Montclair published a groundbreaking treatise that rippled far beyond academic circles. Her work, titled The Lunar Catalyst, Magical Flux in the Age of Moon Sugar, did not merely analyze the substance as a trade good. Instead, it posited a revolutionary theory: the specific magical resonance of this particular Khajiit moon sugar was actively altering the practice of magic itself across Tamriel. Dr. Montclair's research, backed by meticulous experimentation, argued that the sugar didn't just restore magicka, it refined it. When used as a reagent, it produced spells with greater clarity, stability, and precision. An illusion spell cast with its aid could weave more convincing phantasms. A destruction spell could burn hotter with less wasted energy, and a healing spell could knit flesh with a cleaner, faster result. The treatise suggested that widespread use was subtly shifting the baseline for magical potency, creating a new generation of mages whose fundamental understanding of spellcraft was being rewired by this unique resource. It was no longer just a luxury or a tool. In the eyes of academia, it was becoming an agent of historical change. The consequences of this scholarly bombshell were immediate and profound. The thesis was like a stone cast into the pond of Tamriel's magical community, and the waves reached every shore. Copies of the treatise were eagerly sought by the Synod and the College of Whispers in Cyrodiil, by the royal mages of High Rock, and by the reclusive mystics of Morrowind. The Mages Guild, always hungry for an edge in both magical research and political influence, took a particularly keen interest. Overnight, the demand for the Khajiit moon sugar transformed. It was no longer just a desirable ingredient for alchemists like Lady Cordelia. It was now a strategic resource, a necessary component for any magical institution that wished to remain at the forefront of the arcane arts. Its status was elevated from a high-value commodity to something approaching a state secret. Legates and archmages began to see control over its supply as a matter of provincial security and magical supremacy. The polite inquiries that once came from merchants were now replaced by formal, heavily sealed letters from guild halls and royal courts, each expressing an urgent and uncompromising need. This sudden, intense scrutiny from the most powerful and knowledgeable demographic in Tamriel placed J. Jadar in a position of unprecedented pressure. The clan's carefully balanced system of sustainable harvests, designed to work in harmony with the land's natural cycles, was now facing demands that could drain their fields in a single season. A single large order from the Mages Guild could consume their entire annual output. Jadar found himself caught between the relentless logic of commerce and the sacred duty of preservation. The scholars and mages saw a resource to be consumed for the advancement of knowledge and power. They spoke in terms of quotas, volumes, and delivery schedules. Jadar, however, saw the fragile desert ecosystem and the ancient groves that would be devastated by such scale. The conflict was no longer about rival merchants or territorial disputes. It was a clash between the insatiable hunger of progress and the patient, cyclical wisdom of tradition. He had to find a way to engage with this powerful new clientele without allowing their vast appetites to consume the very source of their fascination. His solution was a masterclass in strategic limitation. Instead of being swept away by the tide of demand, Jadar decided to control its flow. He would not accept the massive, open-ended contracts that the Mages Guilds proposed. Instead, he initiated a policy of exclusive, highly restricted partnerships. He and his most trusted advisors spent weeks vetting the various guilds, not just on their ability to pay, but on their ethical reputations and their commitment to responsible research. He then made a series of calculated decisions, agreeing to supply only a handful of the most reputable institutions, including a select branch of the Mages Guild and the Royal College of Shornhelm. The shipments themselves were intentionally small, mere symbolic quantities meant for research and high-level applications, not for general distribution. Each crate was accompanied by a personal letter from Jadar, eloquently explaining the cultural and environmental necessity of their sustainable practices, framing the limited supply not as a shortage, but as a mark of the ingredient's unparalleled rarity and sacred nature. He was not just selling a product, he was cultivating an aura of exclusivity and responsibility. This deliberate scarcity, born of necessity, had a dramatic and unforeseen economic effect. By refusing to mass produce and instead rationing the moon sugar to a privileged few, Jadar inadvertently sent its value into the stratosphere. The price per ounce multiplied tenfold, then 100-fold. It became worth more than its weight in refined ebony or flawless diamonds. On the black markets of Tamriel, a single thimbleful of the authenticated Khajiit crystals could buy a man a small estate. This financial escalation transformed the moon sugar from a catalyst for potions into a catalyst for much broader cultural and magical shifts. Its use became a status symbol among the elite, a sign that one operated at the very pinnacle of the arcane arts. The research conducted with it began to produce genuine breakthroughs, from new schools of enchantment to advanced teleportation magic, subtly reshaping the technological and magical landscape of the continent. But with this heightened value and influence came a new, more penetrating form of surveillance. The clan was no longer just watched by merchants and rivals. They were now observed by the cold, analytical eyes of scholars and the far-reaching intelligence networks of the various mages guilds. Every harvest, every shipment, every fluctuation in their routine was noted, recorded, and analyzed. They were living under a microscope, their every move a data point in a grand, academic equation. Their simple desert home now a focal point for the most powerful intellectual and magical forces in the known world. The prosperity that had blossomed under Jadar's leadership now began to wither under a relentless, unforgiving sun. The drought did not arrive with a dramatic storm or a sudden change. It was a slow, creeping menace. The seasonal rain simply never came. Day after day, the sky remained a hard, cloudless blue, and the sun beat down upon the Khajiit homeland with an intensity that baked the very soil to dust. The air, once carrying the sweet scent of blooming moon sugar, now held only the taste of dry earth and desperation. The rare plants, so sensitive to the touch of the twin moons, began to falter. Their vibrant green stalks turned a sickly yellow, their crystalline buds shrinking and losing their luminous shimmer before they could even fully form. The lifeblood of the clan's fortune was being choked off, not by rivals or thieves, but by the silent, indifferent hand of nature itself. The land itself was turning against them, and with each passing day, the promise of the next harvest grew fainter. The consequences of this environmental siege were immediate and terrifyingly comprehensive. This was not a single bad season. It was a direct threat to their entire existence. The clan faced a dual catastrophe. First, the potential collapse of their hard-won trade empire loomed. Contracts with Lady Cordelia, agreements with the Mages Guild, and the delicate trust of the Imperial legate all hinged on a steady, reliable supply. A failed harvest would mean broken promises on a massive scale, shattering their reputation and inviting financial ruin and legal repercussions from the most powerful entities in Tamriel. But even more pressing than the loss of gold was the specter of famine. The moon sugar trade, while lucrative, had also shifted their agricultural focus. With more hands dedicated to the prized crop, their reserves of standard foodstuffs were not what they once were. The drought withered their grain plots and stunted their vegetable gardens. The specter of empty bellies and a long, hungry season became a very real fear, transforming their thriving encampment from a center of commerce into a community fighting for its most basic survival. The empire Jadar had built was proving to be frighteningly fragile, its foundations cracking under the heat of a single, prolonged dry spell. This crisis forced Jadar into a conflict that tested the very core of his leadership philosophy. He was caught between the immediate, visceral needs of his people and the abstract, yet binding, obligations of his long-term contracts. His every instinct screamed to divert all resources, all manpower, towards finding food and water for the clan, to focus entirely on the crisis at hand. He could see the worry in the eyes of the elders and the fear in the faces of the children. Yet, his mind was also filled with the stern, legalistic language of his agreements and the cold, political reality of disappointing the empire. To inform Legate Valerius that the shipments would cease was to risk everything they had gained. It was a choice between letting his people suffer now or ensuring their suffering later through poverty and political isolation. He had to find a solution that addressed both timelines simultaneously, a way to stave off immediate disaster while also securing the means to fulfill their future promises. He couldn't just be a chieftain, he had to be a visionary, looking beyond the cracked earth of the present to a salvaged future. The pressure mounted with each sun-bleached day, and the council meetings grew more desperate. Some advocated for a mass exodus, for abandoning their ancestral home to become refugees in the lands of another clan, a humiliating and risky proposition. Others suggested desperate measures, like sending out raiding parties to seize water from neighbors, a path that would destroy the goodwill they had so carefully cultivated and plunge the region into conflict. Jadar listened to all these voices, his own spirit heavy with the weight of the decision. It was during a long night spent poring over the clan's most ancient scrolls, not for trade ledgers, but for wisdom, that he found a glimmer of hope. He rediscovered fragmented tales, half-remembered legends really, of his ancestors surviving a similar great dryness. The scrolls spoke not of fleeing, but of finding. They mentioned the veins of the earth, a forgotten network of underground aquifers and sophisticated irrigation channels, engineered by a much older generation of Khajiit, a system lost to time and shifting sands. The tales were vague, more myth than manual, and they pointed towards a region of treacherous, sun-scorched ruins known as the Sunken Sepulchres, a place considered cursed and haunted by malevolent spirits. The decision Jadar made was one of immense personal risk and symbolic power. He would not lead his people in a retreat, nor would he lead them into a war for resources. Instead, he would lead a small, elite expedition to find this legendary salvation. He announced that he would travel to the Sunken Sepulchres to seek the truth behind the ancient scrolls and rediscover the lost irrigation techniques. This was not a task he could delegate. As the leader who had steered them to prosperity, he felt a profound responsibility to be the one to lead them out of this crisis. He selected a handful of his most capable and trusted companions, a scout with an uncanny sense of direction, a sturdy warrior to watch for physical dangers, and the clan's most knowledgeable historian to help interpret the ruins. They would travel light and fast, carrying just enough water to get there, betting everything on finding a new source. The clan watched them prepare, their hopes, their very future, resting on this small band, venturing into the heart of the desert's oldest and most feared legends. The stakes of this expedition could not have been higher. This was a race against time, with the parched plants and the clan's dwindling water reserves serving as a relentless clock. Failure meant more than just a return empty-handed. It would mean the end of their prosperity, the collapse of their trade empire, and the likely dissolution of the clan as they were forced to scatter to survive. The legacy Jadar had worked so hard to build would crumble into dust, remembered only as a fleeting moment of luck before the desert reclaimed its own. But success promised something far greater than simply restoring the status quo. If they could unlock the secrets of their ancestors and master the art of drawing water from the deep earth, they would no longer be at the mercy of the rains. They could secure their legacy against the environmental threats that had always plagued their homeland. This search for water was about more than survival. It was about achieving a permanent, resilient sovereignty, a future where their fortune was built not on chance, but on an unshakable foundation of ancient wisdom and renewed self-reliance. The journey into the ruins was a gamble, with their entire world hanging in the balance. The journey to the Sunken Sepulchres was a pilgrimage into a forgotten age, a trek across a landscape that seemed to have given up all life. Guided by the cryptic notes on the ancient scrolls and the sharp instincts of his scout, Jadar led his small team into a canyon system so dry that the rocks themselves appeared to be cracking from thirst. The air was still and heavy, and the only sounds were the scuff of their boots on gravel and the faint, mournful whisper of the wind through narrow stone passages. The ruins, when they finally found them, were not grand pyramids or towering spires, but low, sand-choked structures half buried by centuries of dust storms. It was a place that felt less built and more grown from the bones of the earth, a testament to a time when the Khajiit had mastered this harsh environment rather than merely enduring it. For days they searched, their hope dwindling as fast as their water skins, deciphering faded murals that depicted a land of plenty, of channels carrying clear water to fields of lush vegetation. The contrast between that painted past and their desolate present was a constant, aching reminder of what was at stake. Their breakthrough came not from a grand discovery, but from a moment of quiet observation. The clan's historian, an elder named Emrys, was tracing the carved lines of a particularly worn mural with her fingers when she noticed a pattern. The channels on the stone didn't just run along the surface. Several lines descended, converging on a single, deeply etched symbol that resembled a coiled serpent deep underground. They did not just catch the rain, she whispered, her voice filled with sudden revelation. They spoke to the deep earth. Following this clue, the team shifted their search from the buildings to the ground beneath them, searching for any sign of a shaft or a wellhead. It was the scout who found it, almost completely obscured by a collapsed wall and a thick layer of wind-blown silt, a circular stone cap, intricately carved with spiraling patterns. It took the combined strength of the warrior and Jadar to shift the heavy lid, the grating sound of stone on stone echoing like a thunderclap in the silent canyon. A rush of cool, damp air washed over them, carrying the unmistakable, life-giving scent of water. Peering into the darkness, they saw not a simple well, but the top of a meticulously constructed stone staircase, leading down into a vast, echoing cavern. They had not found a puddle, they had found the heart of an ancient aquifer system. The work of restoration was a frantic, back-breaking race against the dying plants back home. The aquifer itself was a marvel, a massive, natural underground reservoir held in porous rock, its water filtered and cooled over millennia. But the channels designed to carry this water to the surface were choked with calcified mineral deposits and the roots of long-dead plants. Using tools they had brought and improvising others from the ruins themselves, the team worked in shifts, clearing the narrow, stone-lined canals that snaked away from the main chamber. They followed the paths indicated on the murals, unclogging vents and repairing cracked masonry, their efforts fueled by the desperate hope of their people. Jadar himself took the most dangerous tasks, descending into the tightest spaces to clear the deepest blockages, his mind fixed on the image of the first drops of water reaching the withered moon sugar stalks. After what felt like an eternity of labor in the subterranean gloom, they finally opened the last main sluice gate. With a deep, groaning rumble that seemed to shake the very canyon, water began to flow. It was not a torrent, but a steady, powerful stream that poured forth from the mountain's heart, following the resurrected channels out into the blinding sunlight and towards the waiting fields. The sight of that water, snaking its way across the parched land, was nothing short of a miracle. Back at the encampment, a cry of pure, unadulterated joy went up as the first trickle reached the irrigation ditches. The clan, which had been holding its collective breath for weeks, erupted in celebration. They watched, tears mixing with the precious spray, as the life returned to their fields. The moon sugar plants, which had been on the brink of death, seemed to drink in the water with a visible thirst, their stalks strengthening and their buds slowly regaining their ethereal shimmer. The harvest, once a lost cause, was not just saved, it was secured with a vigor that promised a yield even greater than before. This event did more than just rescue their economy. It forged a deeper, almost spiritual connection between the clan and their ancestral land. They were not simply inhabitants of this desert. They were its stewards, inheritors of a wisdom that allowed them to thrive where others would see only barrenness. Their resilience was no longer just a matter of character. It was now woven into the very landscape, a partnership with the deep, hidden veins of the earth itself. Yet, as the initial euphoria settled into the steady rhythm of renewed prosperity, a new and unexpected conflict began to simmer within the clan. A faction, led by a pragmatic and ambitious young engineer named Drought, voiced a growing concern. He argued that while the rediscovery of the Aquifers was a magnificent feat, it was ultimately a reliance on the past. "We are celebrating a solution that is 1,000 years old," he would say during council meetings, his tone earnest but critical. What happens if the next drought is worse? What if the aquifers themselves run dry, or an earthquake collapses the channels? Basing our entire survival on the work of our ancestors makes us vulnerable. It chains us to this one spot and leaves us helpless if that single source fails. Drought and his supporters urged the clan to look forward, not backward. They proposed investing a significant portion of their profits into researching modern Imperial irrigation magic, into commissioning powerful water creation, staves from the Mages Guild, or even into constructing massive mechanical water pumps. They saw the old ways as a crutch, and they believed that true security lay in embracing the cutting-edge technology of the wider world. This debate forced Jadar into a philosophical confrontation about the very nature of progress. He respected Drought's forward-thinking vision and understood the logical fear of putting all their faith in one ancient, fragile system. The young engineer's arguments were sound and reflected the same ambitious spirit that had initially driven Jadar to seek trade with the Empire. Yet, Jadar also felt the profound spiritual truth in the path they had just walked. The aquifers were not just a source of water, they were a link to their heritage, a testament to a sustainable way of life that had endured for centuries without depleting the land. To abandon that wisdom entirely in favor of untested, external solutions felt like a different kind of betrayal, an admission that their own history had nothing left to teach them. He saw the two paths not as a simple choice between old and new, but as a question of balance. Could they honor the deep, time-tested wisdom of their ancestors while still embracing the innovative potential of the present? The decision Jadar reached was a synthesis that would come to define his legacy. He would not reject the old ways, nor would he ignore the new. In a move that surprised both traditionalists and modernists, he announced that the clan would pursue both paths simultaneously. They would continue to maintain and protect the ancient aquifer system with reverence, recognizing it as their primary and most reliable source of water. But he also gave Drought his full support to explore new solutions, allocating funds for him to consult with Imperial engineers and alchemists. However, Jadar added a crucial, innovative condition of his own. He proposed that instead of focusing solely on creating new water, they should use modern alchemy to enhance the efficiency of the water they already had. He tasked their own alchemists, in collaboration with Lady Cordelia, with developing a new kind of potion, not a magicka enhancer or a healing draft, but a water retention potion. This concoction would be designed to be administered to the moon sugar plants themselves, allowing their root systems to absorb and hold onto moisture with far greater efficiency, effectively making them more drought resistant and reducing the overall strain on the aquifer. It was a way to use new knowledge not to replace the old, but to fortify it. This hybrid approach had consequences that rippled far beyond their own fields. The successful implementation of Jadar's plan did more than just create a redundant safety net for their crops. It positioned the Khajiit clan as genuine pioneers in the field of sustainable agriculture. They were no longer just lucky harvesters of a rare plant. They were now innovators, masters of a holistic system that blended ancient earth wisdom with cutting-edge alchemical science. Their methods became a topic of intense interest throughout Tamriel. Imperial agricultural delegations requested tours of their operation. Alchemists from the Mages Guild arrived to study the water retention potions, seeing in them applications for arid farms across Cyrodiil and Hammerfell. The clan's techniques, the combination of rediscovered hydrology and botanical alchemy, became as valuable and as sought after as the moon sugar itself. Rival growers and even provincial governments began to send spies not just to steal seeds, but to learn the principles of their irrigation and fertilization methods. The clan had started by safeguarding a product, but in their moment of crisis, they had inadvertently developed a revolutionary process, one that would soon be imitated, adapted, and coveted across the continent, turning their homeland into the undisputed center for a new, more resilient way of working the land. Just as the clan was adapting to their new, more resilient way of life, a new kind of envoy arrived at their encampment. This was not a subtle Argonian diplomat or a polished Imperial legate, but a delegation from Orsinium, the formidable stronghold of the orcs. They arrived with the clatter of heavy armor and the imposing presence of seasoned warriors, their demeanor direct and their offer devoid of the flowery language of court. The lead envoy, a broad-shouldered orc with a face etched with the scars of battle, named Borgak, came straight to the point. She laid out a simple, brutal, and incredibly tempting proposition. The orcs of Orsinium, masters of warfare and forging some of the finest weapons in Tamriel, would provide full military protection for the Khajiit moon sugar trade routes. Their heavily armed patrols would escort every caravan from the deserts of Elsewire to the markets of Cyrodiil, guaranteeing safe passage from all bandits, rival clans, and any other threat that dared to challenge them. In exchange, they demanded not a fixed price, but a share of the profits, a direct cut from the immense wealth the moon sugar now generated. The immediate appeal of this offer was as powerful as a warhammer blow. For Jadar, whose people had just survived a theft and lived under the constant threat of espionage, the promise of absolute safety was a siren song. To have the legendary Orcish legions guarding their caravans would mean an end to the sleepless nights and the constant, gnawing fear of ambush. It would free up their own guards to focus on protecting the homeland, and it would send an unmistakable message to every would-be thief and saboteur in Tamriel. This cargo is under the protection of Orsinium, and a touch it is to invite a swift and merciless end. The sheer martial reputation of the orcs was a deterrent in itself, a shield of fear that could be more effective than any number of their own Khajiit blades. It was a solution to their security problems that was as straightforward as it was formidable. Yet, this promise of safety came with a deeply entangled and dangerous set of strings attached. Accepting the Orcish offer would mean willingly stepping into the volatile and often violent political arena of the Orcish strongholds. Orsinium's relationship with the other provinces, particularly the Empire and the Red Guards of Hammerfell, was a long and bloody history of siege, sack, and fragile truce. By formally aligning with the orcs, the Khajiit clan would be making a political statement. They would be seen as choosing a side, effectively becoming a client of Orsinium. This would inevitably alienate their current and most important ally, the Empire. Legate Valerius viewed the orcs with a mixture of strategic respect and deep-seated suspicion. An alliance between his primary moon sugar suppliers and Orsinium would be interpreted not as a business decision, but as a betrayal and a direct challenge to Imperial influence in the region. It could shatter the trust Jadar had worked so hard to build and lead to the immediate cancellation of their contracts, cutting them off from the heart of Tamriel's economy. This placed Jadar at a critical crossroads, forcing him to weigh two fundamentally different visions for his clan's future. On one hand was the raw, uncompromising power of the orcs. Aligning with their martial strength offered a kind of brutal, self-contained independence. They would be under the protection of a power that answered to no emperor, a force that valued strength and honor above diplomacy and trade laws. It was the path of the warrior, promising security through sheer, undisputed might. On the other hand was the complex, rule-based world of the Imperial Alliance. This path offered security through integration and legality. It was the path of the merchant and the diplomat, promising prosperity through networks, contracts, and the immense, stabilizing influence of the Empire. The conflict within Jadar was a battle between these two ideals. Did he want his clan to be a formidable, independent fortress, feared and respected for its powerful allies, or did he want it to be a respected, integrated institution whose strength came from its economic indispensability and its web of diplomatic relationships? He could not have both. The Empire and Orsinium were, for all intents and purposes, mutually exclusive patrons. The council debate that followed was one of the most heated in the clan's recent memory. The warriors and guards, who had faced the sharp end of bandit attacks and lived with the stress of protecting their priceless cargo, were strongly in favor of the Orcish deal. They spoke of the respect it would command and the simple, clear logic of having the strongest fighters on your side. The merchants and diplomats, however, argued with equal passion. They painted a vivid picture of the fallout: Imperial trade permits revoked, gates to major cities slamming shut, and the cold, bureaucratic wrath of Legate Valerius systematically dismantling everything they had built. They argued that the orcs' protection was a cage, one that would isolate them from the wider world and make them entirely dependent on the shifting fortunes of Orsinium's own political struggles. Jadar listened to it all, understanding the validity in both arguments, but knowing the decision would ultimately define their identity for generations to come. After a night of solitary reflection, under the familiar gaze of the twin moons, Jadar reached his decision. He would decline the Orcish counteroffer. When he met with Borgak and her delegation, he did so with unwavering respect for their culture and their strength. He thanked them for the great honor of their proposal and acknowledged the undeniable value of their protection. But he explained with a calm and firm resolve that his clan's path was one of peaceful trade and diplomatic solutions. They were merchants, not warlords, and their strength lay in building bridges, not in aligning with one faction against another. He reaffirmed his commitment to their existing partnerships and his belief that their long-term security rested on being a neutral, reliable partner to all, rather than a military asset to one. Borgak received his refusal with a grunt, her expression unreadable, but she seemed to respect the directness of his answer. The orcs departed as abruptly as they had arrived, leaving behind the faint scent of oiled steel and a palpable shift in the political atmosphere. This polite refusal was a defining moment that carried immediate and complex consequences. While it avoided a catastrophic breach with the Empire, it was a decision that earned a unique form of respect from an unexpected quarter. The orcs, who valued strength and conviction above all else, saw in Jadar's refusal not weakness, but a different kind of courage, the fortitude to stand by one's chosen path without resorting to another's sword. This earned the Khajiit a quiet, grudging admiration in the halls of Orsinium, a reputation for being a people of their word, a valuable asset in future dealings that did not require a formal alliance. However, this very act of principled independence also sent a clear and potentially dangerous signal to every aggressor watching from the shadows. By turning down the protection of the most feared warriors in Tamriel, Jadar had publicly demonstrated that his clan was not backed by a dedicated military power. They were relying on their own wits, their own guards, and the sometimes fickle protection of Imperial law. To rivals and bandits, this made them appear more vulnerable, a rich prize that had consciously chosen not to hire the most formidable guards available. In direct response to this new reality, Jadar did not simply return to business as usual. Understanding that his refusal had raised the stakes, he immediately initiated a sweeping and rigorous program to intensify their own self-reliance. He invested a significant portion of their profits not in more luxuries, but in the best armor and weapons they could acquire from neutral smiths. He hired retired Imperial drill instructors and even a few freelance Red Guard swordmasters to train their guard corps, transforming them from a capable militia into a highly disciplined, professional fighting force. Training regimens became daily, grueling affairs, focusing not just on individual combat skill, but on coordinated caravan defense tactics, anti-ambush maneuvers, and how to counter the specific techniques of known bandit groups. The clan was sending a new message of its own. They might not have the Orcish legions behind them, but they were far from helpless. They would become their own shield, forging their own strength, so formidable that they would not need to borrow it from anyone else. The need for self-reliance was no longer an ideal. It was a pressing, immediate necessity that would shape their identity and their future from that day forward. just when it seemed the clan had secured their future against the harshness of nature. A new and more insidious threat emerged from the very soil they had worked so hard to nourish. It began subtly, with a few scattered plants in the most recently cultivated field, showing a faint, grayish discoloration at the base of their stalks. Within days, the blight spread like a silent, creeping fire. The vibrant green of the moon sugar plants faded to a sickly, mottled yellow, and the crystalline buds, once shimmering with latent magicka, grew dull and brittle, crumbling to a worthless, dusty powder at the slightest touch. This was not the simple withering of drought. It was a swift, unnatural decay that mocked their sophisticated irrigation channels and the careful alchemy that sustained them. The life was being drained from their fields by an unseen, malevolent force, and no amount of pure water or retention potion could halt its advance. Panic, cold and sharp, began to seep through the encampment, replacing the recent mood of resilient confidence with a palpable dread. This was not a threat they could fight with claws or outsmart with trade negotiations. The clan watched their primary source of wealth, the very foundation of their new identity, wither before their eyes. The carefully tended fields, a symbol of their triumph over the drought, now looked like a graveyard. Whispers turned to frantic debates around the cooking fires. Was it a curse from a displeased spirit, a plague born on the wind from some distant, corrupted land? Or was it, as the more paranoid voices suggested, a poison delivered by a hidden hand? The uncertainty was a toxin in itself, eroding morale and trust. The prosperity that had lifted them up now felt like a precarious ledge, and this blight was shaking the very ground beneath their feet, threatening to plunge them back into the struggle they thought they had escaped. Jadar stood at the edge of the failing field, the weight of this new crisis pressing down on him. His mind raced, sifting through the terrifying possibilities. If the blight was natural, a previously unknown plant disease, then they were in a race against time to find a cure before the entire crop was lost. If it was magical, perhaps a residue from some distant Daedric disturbance, or a misfired spell, then the solution lay in the arcane arts, a field where their own knowledge was limited. But the most chilling possibility, the one that coiled in his gut like a serpent, was sabotage. Had a rival, thwarted in open competition, resorted to this cowardly, destructive act? The recent arrival of the Orcish delegation and his subsequent refusal flashed in his mind. Or was it the lingering resentment of the Argonians, seeking to cripple them after failing to secure a trade deal? He had to know the origin, and he had to know quickly. A misstep, treating a magical ailment as a natural one, or wasting time searching for a disease when an enemy was actively poisoning them, could mean the difference between salvation and total ruin. The mystery of the Blight's origin became the single most important puzzle he had ever faced. Confronted by an enemy he could not see, and a problem he could not solve with his own knowledge, Jadar was forced to make a decision that required a profound swallowing of his pride. His relationship with Lady Cordelia was one of mutual respect, but it was also a partnership between equals, a balance he had carefully maintained. To go to her now, to admit that his clan's vaunted resilience and ancient wisdom were useless against this threat, felt like an admission of failure. It was to place the fate of his people, their land, and their legacy directly into the hands of an outsider. He imagined the look in her sharp, analytical eyes, not one of scorn, perhaps, but of pity, and that was somehow worse. Yet, as he looked out over the spreading gray decay, he knew that pride was a luxury he could no longer afford. The expertise required to diagnose this blight, to determine if it was alchemical, biological, or mystical, resided with her. His responsibility to his clan outweighed his personal discomfort. With a quiet resolve, he dispatched their fastest messenger hawk to the Imperial city, carrying a personal, urgent plea for Lady Cordelia's immediate assistance, framing it not as a failure, but as a call to a trusted ally in a time of dire need. The stakes of this mystery were now absolute, extending far beyond a single season's lost profits. The survival of their entire trade empire, and by extension, the clan itself, was hanging in the balance. Contracts with the Mages Guild and the Imperial Crown itself were predicated on a reliable supply. A complete crop failure would not just mean financial loss, it would mean broken covenants with the most powerful entities in Tamriel, shattering the reputation for reliability they had spent years building. It would invite lawsuits, the revocation of trade privileges, and a loss of status that could take generations to recover from, if they recovered at all. The clan's hard-won security was proving to be terrifyingly fragile, vulnerable to threats they had never anticipated. This blight was more than an agricultural disaster. It was a stark revelation of a hidden vulnerability in their entire operation. They had fortified their caravans and hidden their stores, but they had never considered that an enemy might strike not at their goods, but at the source itself, attacking the very roots of their prosperity and demonstrating that no amount of physical security could protect them from a threat that emerged from within their own soil. Lady Cordelia arrived not with the usual entourage of assistants, but with a single, heavy-laden wagon and an expression of grim focus. She wasted no time on pleasantries, striding directly to the blighted fields with Jadar at her side. For hours, she worked in a silence, broken only by the soft clink of glass vials and the murmur of detection spells. She took samples not just from the dying plants, but from the very earth they grew in, scooping soil from different depths and examining it under an enchanted lens that glowed with a soft, blue light. It was there, deep within a sample taken from the edge of the irrigation channel, that she found it. Under the lens, the soil particles were not inert. They were crawling with a microscopic, filamentous network that pulsed with a faint, sickly green luminescence. She isolated a single strand, placing it in a solution that caused it to writhe and multiply before their eyes. Her diagnosis was delivered in a low, certain tone. This was no natural plague. It was a magically engineered fungus, a creation designed to leach the specific lunar energy from the moon's sugar plants, leaving them brittle and drained. Its structure was too perfect, its propagation too aggressive to be anything but a weapon, and the presence of the contaminated soil in their main water channel pointed to a deliberate, calculated act of sabotage. The revelation struck the clan council with the force of a physical blow. The initial fear of a natural disaster was now replaced by the colder, sharper terror of a targeted attack. This was not a misfortune. It was a declaration of war, a silent, insidious assault from an enemy who did not confront them with steel, but with spores. The realization that someone had infiltrated their land, had walked among their sacred groves to poison the very ground beneath their feet, created a climate of deep-seated paranoia. The trust that had been the bedrock of their community began to fracture, clan members who had worked side by side for generations now looked at each other with unspoken questions in their eyes. Who had access to the irrigation channels? Who had been acting strangely? The enemy was no longer a faceless bandit or a rival merchant in a distant city. The enemy could be anyone, could have been anyone, a ghost that had walked among them and left a curse in its wake. Their home no longer felt like a sanctuary, but a landscape seeded with betrayal. This left Jadar standing at a crossroads with two profoundly dangerous paths before him. The first, urged by his most vocal and outraged warriors, was to go public. They argued for taking the evidence, Lady Cordelia's diagnosis, and the contaminated soil directly to Legate Valerius. They wanted to formally accuse their known rivals, demand an Imperial investigation, and call for justice in the full light of day. This path promised a clear, confrontational resolution, the satisfaction of naming their enemy and forcing them into the open. But Jadar saw the immense peril in this approach. A public accusation without definitive proof of the perpetrator would be like shouting into a hurricane. It would create a diplomatic firestorm, alienating potential allies and giving their true enemy ample warning to cover their tracks. It could easily spiral into a series of denials and counter-accusations that would paralyze their trade and potentially lead to open conflict with the wrong faction. A war based on a hunch that could destroy everything they had built. The other path was one of silence and subtlety. It meant absorbing the blow, dealing with the threat internally, and refusing to grant the saboteur the satisfaction of seeing their plan cause public chaos. This path required immense restraint and offered no immediate justice, but it allowed them to control the narrative and fight their enemy on their own terms, in the shadows where the attack had begun. The decision Jadar made was a testament to his evolution from a protective guard into a strategic clan leader. He would not take the bait and lash out. He chose secrecy. In a private meeting with Lady Cordelia and his most trusted inner circle, he laid out his plan. There would be no public outcry, no formal accusations. Instead, they would treat this like a sickness, and their priority was to find the cure and inoculate themselves against future infection. He appealed to Lady Cordelia, not just as a business partner, but as a fellow master of her craft, asking for her help in developing an antidote, a magical counter-agent that could purge the blight from their soil and save what remained of the harvest. He knew this meant relying on an outsider with their most vulnerable secret, but he also recognized that her expertise was their only hope. Simultaneously, he tasked the clan's few individuals with any talent for the arcane to begin researching and constructing powerful magical wards. These would not be simple barriers, but intricate weaves of detection and repulsion, magic designed to be laid invisibly over their fields, meant to alert them to any foreign magical presence and to disintegrate any unauthorized organic material, like fungal spores, that attempted to cross the boundary. The work that followed was a tense, round-the-clock collaboration, conducted behind a veil of absolute secrecy. Lady Cordelia set up a makeshift laboratory in a secluded tent, her alchemical apparatus glowing through the canvas late into the night. Jadar personally delivered soil and plant samples to her, and she, in turn, shared her progress in hushed tones. She discovered that the fungal network was vulnerable to a precise combination of concentrated moonlight, simulated through a complex prism array, and a rare root extract from the marshes of Black Marsh. Meanwhile, the clan's mystics worked with diagrams provided by Cordelia, inlaying strands of silver and moonstone into the earth around the perimeter of the fields, chanting the intricate phrases that would bind the protective energies into place. It was a desperate race, a battle fought with alembics and incantations instead of swords, with the fading light of the moon sugar plants serving as a grim hourglass. After days of exhausting work, they achieved a breakthrough. Cordelia produced a thick, silvery liquid that, when introduced to the irrigation water, caused the sickly green luminescence in the soil to flicker and die. The antidote worked. The Blight's advance was halted, and the health of the surviving plants began a slow, steady recovery. This covert victory saved the harvest, and by extension, their trade empire, but it came at a significant and lasting cost. By choosing to handle the threat internally, Jadar had effectively committed his clan to a shadow war. They had an enemy, one capable of sophisticated magical sabotage, and that enemy now knew their first attack had failed. The saboteur was still out there, anonymous and unpunished, and would almost certainly try again, perhaps with a different, even more subtle weapon. This forced the clan into a permanent state of heightened, silent vigilance. The magical wards became a permanent feature of their landscape, a constant drain on their resources, and a reminder that they were under siege. But the most profound casualty was trust. Jadar's inner circle had become smaller, the number of people privy to their full plans now limited to a handful. Information became compartmentalized. The average clansman knew only that the Blight was cured, not how or by whose hand. The open, communal spirit that had defined them began to harden into a culture of caution and discretion. In this new kind of conflict, trust was no longer a given. It was their most carefully guarded and precious resource, a commodity more vital to their survival than the moon sugar itself, because without it, their community would fracture from within long before any outside enemy could destroy them. The quiet hum of vigilance that had settled over the clan was broken by the soft, swift return of a messenger hawk. The bird, feathers still damp from the humid air of the east, carried a scroll from Jadar's scout, Ilara. The report it contained was both a revelation and a confirmation of his deepest fears. Her careful observations detailed that the Argonian envoy, Hides and Reeds, had not simply returned to the murky depths of Black Marsh after his rejected proposal. Instead, he had been seen in a series of clandestine meetings in the port city of Gideon, a notorious hub for those who operated outside the law. His companions were not fellow diplomats, but a disreputable collection of individuals, known smugglers who specialized in moving illicit goods across borders, and rogue mages whose talents were for hire to the highest bidder, no questions asked. The pieces of a terrifying puzzle suddenly clicked into place. The sophisticated, magically engineered blight, the method of introducing it through contaminated soil, it all pointed towards a plot that required both logistical cunning and arcane expertise. The evidence, while circumstantial, painted a damning picture. The Argonians, stung by their failed trade bid, were not seeking another source as Hides and Reeds had vowed. They were actively trying to destroy the original one, aiming to cripple the Khajiit trade entirely so they could seize the lucrative market for themselves once their rivals were out of the way. This intelligence placed Jadar in an agonizing bind, a strategic nightmare where every potential path forward was fraught with peril. The fiery, righteous part of him screamed for a direct and public confrontation. to stand before the Argonian leadership and present the scouts' findings, to denounce Hides and Reeds as a saboteur and demand restitution. Such an act would feel just, a clear and powerful statement that the Khajiit would not be victimized. Yet the cooler, more pragmatic voice in his mind, honed by years of difficult diplomacy, warned of the catastrophic fallout. He had no irrefutable proof, no signed confession or captured mage to present. A public accusation based on scout reports and hearsay would be effortlessly denied by the Argonians, who were masters of political obfuscation. It would instantly ignite an open feud, not just with a single envoy, but with the entire powerful and inscrutable nation of Black Marsh. Such a conflict would shatter the fragile peace he had cultivated, likely forcing their Imperial allies to choose sides, a choice that would almost certainly not favor a small Khajiit clan over a sovereign province. He could not fight this enemy with a declaration of war. He had to find a way to disarm them without anyone even realizing a battle had been fought, using the subtle tools of diplomacy and counter-espionage to neutralize the threat before it could strike again. The decision he reached after a long, solitary walk through the recovering moon sugar fields was a masterstroke of diplomatic jiu-jitsu, a move that turned the enemy's own aggression against them. He would not confront, he would envelop. He ordered the clan's most skilled scribe to draft 2 carefully worded documents. The first was a formal, but strictly private, letter of complaint, addressed to the highest levels of Argonian leadership he could reach, bypassing Hides and Reeds entirely. In it, he did not make any direct accusations. Instead, he expressed his grave concern over reports that individuals with ties to Black Marsh might be involved in activities harmful to his clan's trade. He framed it as a matter of mutual interest, suggesting that such unsanctioned actions by rogue elements could damage the potential for future positive relations between their peoples. It was a warning shot fired across their bow, letting them know he was aware, but without providing a target for their return fire. The second document, however, was the true key to his strategy. It was a separate letter, an offer to reopen trade talks. He proposed a new, more limited dialogue, exploring the possibility of small, sanctioned shipments through neutral third parties. This was the carrot to accompany the stick, a lifeline of legitimacy thrown to the very people trying to drown him. This dual-pronged approach was designed to achieve one critical goal: de-escalation. By offering a path back to the negotiating table, Jadar gave the Argonian leadership a face-saving way out. They could now rein in their rogue envoy and call off the sabotage campaign under the guise of pursuing a new diplomatic opportunity, rather than retreating under the pressure of an accusation. It made peace more profitable than continued covert war. Jadar's clan would absorb the first blow, swallow the cost of the blight, and offer a hand in return, all to prevent a wider, more destructive conflict. It was a bitter pill to swallow, requiring a level of restraint that felt like surrender to many of his clansmen. But Jadar understood that true strength sometimes lay in the ability to appear flexible, to bend so you would not be broken. This clever diplomatic maneuver succeeded in averting an immediate, open conflict, but it came at a steep and unsettling price. The clan was now placed in a position of profound vulnerability, their safety suddenly dependent on the honor and self-interest of a power that had just tried to ruin them. Jadar had effectively handed the Argonians a map of his intentions, and was now waiting to see if they would use it to forge a new path or to plan a more precise attack. It created a nerve-wracking atmosphere of suspended animation, where every new day began with the question of whether the Argonians would accept his offer or simply devise a more subtle and untraceable method of sabotage. The trust he had to extend felt like a frayed rope bridge over a bottomless chasm. Furthermore, this entire episode tightened the web of intrigue encircling the clan until it felt like a physical constriction. They were no longer just playing a game of commerce. They were entangled in a complex dance of espionage, counter-diplomacy, and shadow warfare. Every alliance felt conditional. Every handshake carried the potential for a hidden blade, and the simple act of trading a rare resource had transformed their lives into an endless series of calculated risks and silent, unseen threats closing in from all sides. The fragile truce, bought with Jadar's careful diplomacy, lasted only as long as a desert mirage. A formal delegation from Black Marsh arrived at the encampment, their demeanor outwardly correct, but their eyes holding a cold, reptilian stillness. They were led not by hides and reeds, but by a new, higher-ranking diplomat who presented a sealed lacquer box. He spoke of reconciliation, of putting past misunderstandings behind them, and offered this gift of rare Argonian spices as a token of their desire for peaceful coexistence. The spices themselves were a marvel deep crimson petals that shimmered with an iridescent sheen, known as shadow scale saffron, a delicacy so expensive it was often used as currency among the nobility of Morrowind. On the surface, it was a gesture of immense respect, a peace offering of staggering value meant to soothe the tensions Jadar's private letter had undoubtedly caused. The presentation was flawless, a public performance of goodwill that put the entire clan in a position where refusing the gift would have been a profound insult. Yet, Jadar's instincts, sharpened by months of shadowy conflict, screamed a silent warning. He accepted the box with formal thanks, his expression neutral, but the moment the Argonians departed, he took the spices not to the clan's cooks, but directly to the secluded tent of their own alchemist, a sharp-eyed Khajiit named Amake, who had been working closely with Lady Cordelia. The analysis was conducted behind a curtain of silence. Amake used not just his nose, but a series of delicate silver probes and reactive solutions provided by their Imperial partner. At first, the spices passed every test for purity and potency. They were, by all accounts, genuine and untainted. It was only when Amake, acting on a hunch, introduced a single, crushed petal to a solution designed to reveal magical residues that the truth was unveiled. The liquid did not change color, but it began to emit a faint, almost imperceptible hum, a resonant frequency that Amake identified as a slow-acting metabolic catalyst. The poison was a work of sinister genius. It was not meant to kill, but to alter. When introduced to the magically charged environment of moon sugar, it would trigger a delayed, cascading reaction, causing the sugar's crystalline structure to destabilize over several days. A shipment blended with these spices would appear perfect upon delivery, only to later degenerate into an inert, foul-smelling sludge, ruining any potion it was added to and making it seem as if the Khajiit were selling dangerously unstable, faulty product. The goal was not murder, but the murder of their reputation, a death by 1,000 whispers in the marketplaces of Tamriel. The revelation, when Jadar shared it with his inner council, ignited a firestorm of pure, unadulterated outrage. This was no longer a hidden attack on their fields. This was a direct, personal assault on their honor, an attempt to frame them as incompetent, or worse, as fraudulent merchants willing to poison their own clients for profit. The warriors who had argued for confronting the Argonians over the Blight now found their rage vindicated. They saw this poisoned gift as the final, unforgivable provocation, an act of war that demanded an immediate and overwhelming response. The desire for vengeance was a palpable force in the council tent, a pressure that threatened to shatter Jadar's carefully maintained policy of restraint. The clan's very identity, built on trust and the quality of their word, was being used as a weapon against them, and the insult cut deeper than any blade. Jadar stood at the epicenter of this storm, facing a dilemma that could define his legacy. To expose the plot publicly would be to unleash a scandal of continental proportions. He could march into the court of Legate Valerius, present the tainted spices and Amake's findings, and demand imperial justice. Such an act would undoubtedly humiliate the Argonians and might even lead to sanctions against Black Marsh. But the collateral damage would be catastrophic. The mere suggestion that moon sugar could be so easily and secretly contaminated would sow instant, widespread panic among their customers. The Mages Guild would halt all purchases for fear of destabilizing their delicate research. Lady Cordelia's reputation would be irreparably harmed by association. The entire market for their product, built on a foundation of perceived purity and safety, would collapse overnight. Trust, once broken, is nearly impossible to rebuild. The Argonians' plot was a masterstroke precisely because the act of revealing it would achieve their goal almost as effectively as if the poisoned sugar had actually reached the market. Jadar had to find a way to neutralize this threat without detonating the bomb it contained. His solution was an act of supreme political subtlety, a move that required the precision of a master duelist. He would not expose the plot, he would reflect it. He ordered the poisoned spices to be carefully repackaged in their original, ornate box. Then, he summoned the clan's most eloquent scribe and dictated a message. It was not an accusation. It was a letter of profound and elaborate thanks, praising the Argonians for their thoughtful gift and the exceptional quality of the shadow scale saffron. He wrote that his people were deeply touched by the gesture, but in the final paragraph, he added a single, razor-sharp sentence that transformed the entire communication. He wrote, "We have, of course, subjected your generous gift to the same rigorous alchemical analysis we apply to every substance that enters our territory to ensure the safety and integrity of our own moon sugar, as our contracts with the Empire demand. We found its properties to be most educational. We return it to you now with our gratitude so that you may perhaps find it as enlightening as we did." He then sent the box back with the same Argonian messengers who had delivered it, ensuring it passed directly back into the hands of their leadership. This decision was a masterpiece of unspoken communication. By returning the gift, Jadar accomplished several critical things at once. First, he prevented the tainted spices from ever having a chance to pollute their supply, protecting their reputation completely. Second, he delivered a crystal clear warning to the Argonians. He knew exactly what they had done, and he possessed the expertise to detect their most sophisticated poisons. The phrase, most educational, was a devastatingly polite way of saying, "We see you," but by framing it within a message of thanks, and by avoiding any public accusation, he gave the Argonians a crucial loophole. They could claim it was all a terrible mistake, that a rogue element had tampered with the gift without their knowledge. He offered them a dignified retreat, but only if they chose to take it. This was not the act of a victim. It was the calm, measured response of an equal, a leader who refused to be baited into a public brawl, but was more than capable of winning a war fought in the shadows. The consequences of this subtle defiance rippled outwards, fundamentally escalating the nature of their conflict. On the one hand, it forced the Argonian leadership to pause and seriously reconsider their tactics. The Khajiit were not the simple, isolated tribesmen they may have initially presumed. They had access to high-level alchemical knowledge. They were disciplined enough to avoid a public scandal, and their leader possessed a political cunning that matched their own. The failure of such an elegant and deniable plot meant that any future attempts would need to be even more perfect, more untraceable, and therefore more difficult and expensive to execute. The trade war had just become significantly more complex. However, this very success also marked a dangerous turning point. By proving himself a capable and formidable adversary, Jadar had undoubtedly raised the stakes in the eyes of his enemies. They now knew that defeating him would require more than simple sabotage or framed disasters. It would require a comprehensive strategy to dismantle his network, his alliances, and his influence. The conflict was no longer just about a resource. It was now a personal contest of wills between Jadar and the shadowy powers in Black Marsh. The poison gift had been a test, and by passing it with such deft skill, Jadar had not ended the war. He had simply ensured that the next battle would be fought on an even more treacherous and dangerous battlefield, where the rules were unwritten and the price of a single misstep would be annihilation. The escalating shadow war had not gone unnoticed by the most astute observers in Tamriel. In the towering spires of the Imperial city's Mages Guild, Archmage Valthius reviewed a series of troubling reports. Shipments of the potent Khajiit moon sugar, now deemed essential for groundbreaking research in magicka, transmutation, and longevity potions, were becoming increasingly unreliable. The Guild's own intelligence network, far more extensive than Jadar's, had pieced together the conflict with the Argonians, recognizing it not as a simple trade dispute, but as a threat to a resource they now considered vital for the advancement of the arcane arts. Valthius saw the situation with the cold clarity of a strategist. The petty squabbles of merchants and diplomats were jeopardizing a substance that could redefine magical theory for centuries to come. He would not stand by and watch this crucial supply line be severed by what he viewed as provincial bickering. A formal delegation, robed in the Guild's distinctive gray and blue, and radiating an aura of undisputed authority, was dispatched to the Khajiit encampment with a proposition that was, in reality, a command in the guise of an offer. The Mages Guild would mediate the conflict, imposing its own neutral arbitration to ensure the moon sugar flowed without further interruption. This intervention, by a power as formidable as the Mages Guild, fundamentally altered the playing field, forcing both the Khajiit and the Argonians into a position they would never have chosen for themselves. For Jadar, The guild's involvement was a double-edged sword. On one hand, it offered a desperately needed path out of the cycle of sabotage and retaliation that was consuming his resources and his peace of mind. The guild's protection was a shield far more powerful than any he could forge on his own. To defy them was to make an enemy of every archmage, enchanter, and battle mage from Daggerfall to Mournhold. Yet, sitting at a negotiating table under the guild's watchful eye meant surrendering a portion of his hard-won sovereignty. This was no longer a discussion between two parties. It was a tribunal, and the clan's future would be decided by arbiters whose primary loyalty was to their own research and the stability of Tamriel's magical economy, not to Khajiit traditions or the pride of a single clan. The Argonians, too, were backed into a corner. Their subtle warfare relied on anonymity and denial, tactics that were useless against an organization with the magical means to scry the truth from the very air. They had no choice but to participate in this mediated truce, their own ambitions now curtailed by a power even they dared not openly challenge. The central conflict for Jadar shifted from defending against physical attacks to navigating a profound ideological compromise. The guild's chief mediator, a stern Altmer named Calcelmo, laid out the terms with unwavering precision. For the guild to guarantee the security of the trade routes and enforce a binding peace, the Khajiit would have to relinquish their absolute exclusivity. The guild proposed a system of license distribution, where a controlled portion of their harvest would be allocated to sanctioned partners, including, to Jadar's profound discomfort, a regulated Argonian distributor in Black Marsh. This was the price of stability, the clan's autonomy, the very thing Jadar had fought so hard to preserve when he refused the orcs and cautiously engaged the Empire, was now being systematically bargained away. He was being asked to willingly share the secret of their prosperity with the very people who had tried to destroy it, all under the cold, logical argument that a diversified, stable market was less prone to the violent disruptions that threatened the guild's interests. It felt less like a negotiation and more like a dissection of his life's work, each concession a piece of his independence, carved away for the greater good of a market he had never asked to join. Faced with this impossible choice, Jadar was forced to make a decision that went against every instinct that had guided him since he first spotted the rare bloom under the twin moons. He looked around the negotiating table at the impassive face of the Argonian diplomat and the unyielding gaze of Archmage Calcelmo, and then he looked inward at the memory of his friend, lost to caravan guards and the constant, wearying fear of the next poisoned gift or magical blight. He realized that the path of the lone wolf of the fiercely independent clan had reached its limit. Their success had made them a target too large to defend alone. To continue on this path was to risk everything in a war of attrition they might not win. With a quiet, heavy heart, he gave his consent to the mediation. He agreed to the guild's terms, sacrificing a measure of their cherished independence for the sake of long-term peace and the market stability that would ensure his people's survival, if not their total dominion over their own creation. It was the most difficult leadership decision he had ever made, a conscious trade of total freedom for guaranteed security, a bargain that every successful civilization throughout history has eventually been forced to confront. The consequences of this agreement were nothing short of revolutionary for for the moon sugar trade. Overnight, it was transformed from a volatile, clan-run enterprise into an institutionalized, multi-provincial industry. The Mages Guild did not simply broker a truce, they erected a bureaucratic framework around the entire operation. They established quality control standards, set official pricing tiers, and created a system of guild-issued seals of authenticity that every shipment was required to bear. The clan's unique resource was no longer just their own. It had been effectively embedded into the very fabric of Tamriel's economy and magical infrastructure. Its flow became as regulated and monitored as the trade in ebony or void stone. This brought immense benefits. The guild's enforcement guaranteed safe passage, payments were secure and timely, and the constant threat of Argonian sabotage vanished under the weight of guild-enforced penalties. But it also meant the clan's role was diminished. They were no longer the master architects of their destiny, but the primary, albeit privileged, suppliers in a system they no longer fully controlled. Their decisions were now subject to review, their harvests allocated by quota, their legendary moon sugar just another line item in the vast ledgers of the Mages Guild. The game had not just changed, the entire board had been redrawn by hands far more powerful than their own, forever altering the relationship between the creator and the market they had created. The negotiations brokered by the Mages Guild stretched over days that felt like years, each session held in a magically sealed chamber where the air was thick with unspoken threats and the cold logic of necessity. Archmage Calcelmo presided with an elf's patience, his long fingers steepled as he systematically dismantled arguments built on pride and past grievances, redirecting every conversation toward the immutable calculus of supply and demand. When the final terms of the truce were laid upon the parchment, they represented a profound, almost surgical alteration of the clan's destiny. The Khajiit would grant a license for limited distribution of moon sugar within Black Marsh, channeled through a single, guild-approved Argonian trade house. In return, the Argonian leadership, now formally bound by the guild's authority, would not only cease all hostile actions, but would actively provide intelligence and support to thwart any future sabotage against the Khajiit operations, effectively making them reluctant guardians of the very supply line they had tried to poison. This hard-won agreement delivered consequences that were both immediate and deeply contradictory. On one hand, the clan had gained what appeared to be the most powerful ally they could have hoped for in the treacherous East. The shadow of constant, invisible attack had lifted, replaced by the formidable, if impersonal, protection of the Mages Guild and the pragmatic, self-interested support of the Argonians themselves. Their trade routes were now safer than they had ever been, their political standing elevated by the Guild's official sanction. Yet, this security was purchased with a currency that felt like a piece of their soul. To the traditionalists within the clan, the elders who remembered a time when their ways were untouched by Imperial quotas or elven arbitration, this was the final, unforgivable compromise. Sharing their most sacred resource, the gift of the twin moons, with the very people who had sought to defile it, was not a strategic masterstroke. It was a spiritual desecration. They saw it as a victory that tasted of ashes, a peace treaty that felt more like a surrender of everything that made them who they were. This ideological schism erupted into open rebellion the moment Jadar returned to the encampment to present the terms. The descent was not a quiet grumbling, but a roaring fire, led by a formidable elder named Ricard, whose son had been one of the guards injured during the night of the theft. Ricard stood before the communal fire, his voice cracking with a mixture of fury and grief, and declared the truce not a solution, but a sacrilege. They poured poison into our earth, and now we are to pour our heritage into their hands. He thundered, his words finding a powerful echo among the warriors and the most spiritually conservative members of the clan. They argued that Jadar had traded their honor for convenience, that he had become so enamored with his role as a diplomat that he had forgotten his duty as a protector of Khajiit tradition. The unity of the clan, their greatest strength through drought and blight, now fractured along a fault line between those who saw the world as it was and those who clung to the memory of what it had been. Confronted with this internal uprising, Jadar knew that he could not simply impose the truce by decree. His authority, built on years of successful leadership and personal sacrifice, was suddenly visibly brittle. He made the critical decision to face the descent not from the raised platform of a chieftain, but from the level ground of the gathering circle. He called for a clan-wide meeting under the open sky as the twin moons began their ascent. He did not begin with the terms of the agreement or the logic of the guild. Instead, he began with a story. He spoke of the young guard he had once been, of the hope he had felt upon discovering the rare bloom, and of the naive belief that their fortune could be guarded by tooth and claw alone. He then recounted the long, painful chain of events that had followed, the thefts, the blight, the poisoned gift, not as a list of troubles, but as a relentless education in a simple, brutal truth. Isolation was no longer a defense. It was a prelude to annihilation. He then did something no leader had done before him. He laid bare the full, unvarnished stakes. He admitted that the truce was a bitter pill, a compromise that pained him as deeply as it did any of them. But he framed it not as a betrayal of their heritage, but as the only possible path to ensure that heritage would have a future. If we fight this war alone, he explained, his voice weary but resolute, we will eventually lose. They will send another blight, a more subtle poison, a larger band of thieves. We will exhaust our gold, our strength, and our spirit in a battle of attrition against an enemy who sees our culture as a weakness to be exploited. This truce is our shield. It uses their own greed to protect us. It turns our greatest enemy into a watchman, bound by a contract more powerful than any promise of vengeance. He appealed directly to their love for their children, for the next generation, asking if they wanted their legacy to be one of glorious, feudal defiance, or one of enduring, adaptable strength. He staked everything on his personal credibility, on the memory of the amulet he had sold and the friend they had buried, reminding them that every difficult choice he had ever made had been for them. This raw, emotional appeal, grounded in the undeniable reality of their recent struggles, did not magically unite the clan. Ricard and his most ardent followers remained, their faces set in grim opposition. But it swayed the crucial center, the majority of the clan, who were fearful of the future, but who also trusted the leader who had guided them through so many crises. The rebellion lost its momentum, dissolving from a potential coup into a bitter but contained faction. The truce would stand, yet its ratification came with a profound and permanent cost. The clan's identity was irrevocably transformed in that gathering. They were no longer the isolated harvesters of the dunes, a people defined by their secret and their self-reliance. They were now something new, something more complex, key players in an international network, their fate woven into the political and economic fabric of the entire continent. Their decisions would now ripple across provinces, and the winds of change in distant capitals would now whisper through their sacred groves. Their future was no longer their own to craft alone. It was a shared destiny, negotiated in a guild hall and sealed with the reluctant signature of a former enemy, binding them to a world far larger and more complicated than the one under the twin moons. The delicate peace brokered by the Mages Guild demanded a new kind of vigilance, one that focused not on repelling attacks, but on managing the complex web of obligations and expectations now woven around their trade. It was in the spirit of fulfilling their expansion quotas under this new system that Jadar dispatched a small team of his most trusted scouts to survey a series of remote, unmapped valleys deep within the arid highlands bordering their territory. The assignment was routine, a logistical necessity to identify new land that could be brought under sustainable cultivation without disturbing their sacred groves. The scouts, led by a seasoned and observant Khajiit named Dardra, expected to find little more than hardy desert scrub and sun-baked stone. What they found instead, hidden in a secluded basin, accessible only by a narrow, crumbling canyon, was nothing short of a miracle. There, thriving in a small, spring-fed oasis completely isolated from the rest of the world, was a patch of moon sugar plants unlike any they had ever seen. Their stalks were a deeper, more vibrant green, and the crystalline buds glowed with an intense, internal luminescence that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the daylight. Dardra, remembering the devastation of the blight all too well, carefully collected a sample, and upon returning, presented it to Jadar with a reverence usually reserved for religious artifacts. The initial analysis, conducted in the utmost secrecy by a make and double-checked against Lady Cordelia's old notes, confirmed the staggering potential of the discovery. This new strain was not merely a variation, it was an evolution. Its magical potency was measured to be nearly double that of their current harvest, and its crystalline structure was denser, promising a far longer shelf life and greater resilience in transport. But the most breathtaking property, the one that made a make's paws tremble as he held it, was its apparent immunity. When he deliberately introduced a trace sample of the magically engineered blight fungus to a clipping of the new plant, the filaments withered and died upon contact, repelled by some innate, powerful resistance within the plant's own cellular structure. This was the holy grail. They had never dared to dream of a moon sugar that could not be sabotaged by the very weapon that had nearly broken them. The consequences of this single find were world-altering. This strain could single-handedly revolutionize the entire moon sugar trade, rendering all other sources, including their own existing fields, obsolete. It offered the clan a product so superior that it would guarantee their market dominance for 100 generations, a foundation of wealth and influence so secure it could elevate them to the status of a permanent institution in Tamriel. This incredible fortune, however, placed Jadar squarely in the center of an agonizing dilemma, a test of his character more profound than any he had faced on the caravan trails or in the council tent. The obvious, triumphant path was to announce the discovery immediately, to present this blight-resistant marvel to the Mages Guild and their trade partners would be a moment of unparalleled vindication. It would silence any remaining doubters, solidify their position as irreplaceable innovators, and likely trigger a renegotiation of all their contracts in their favor, bringing a tidal wave of new gold and prestige. Yet, the memory of the poisoned gift and the silent, creeping blight was a cold counterweight to this ambition. Announcing such a revolutionary find would be like ringing a dinner bell for every greedy faction, from here to the Somerset Isles. It would instantly make their current, highly profitable harvest seem second-rate, potentially destabilizing the very market the Guild's truce was designed to protect. More terrifyingly, it would invite a renewed, and likely far more desperate, wave of espionage. Rivals would stop at nothing to steal a single seed or clipping of this new strain. The fragile peace would shatter under the weight of this new temptation, and the clan would find themselves back in a shadow war. Only this time, the prize would be incalculably greater, and the enemies, consequently, far more ruthless. The internal debate that raged within Jadar was a silent torment. He confided only in his very closest advisors, and even then, the division was sharp. Some argued that with the Mages Guild's protection now firmly in place, they had a unique opportunity to leverage this discovery openly, to use its sheer value as a shield that would make attacking them an act of economic war against the Guild itself. They saw Secrecy as a wasted opportunity, a failure to capitalize on their greatest achievement. But others, those who had lived through the fear of the Blight and the violation of the theft, counseled extreme caution. They pointed out that the Guild's protection was a bureaucratic one, effective against open aggression, but woefully inadequate against a determined spy or a silently introduced new poison. They argued that their greatest strength now was not in flaunting their power, but in holding a card that no one else knew was in the deck. This knowledge, they insisted, was a weapon in itself, far more powerful if kept sheathed. Jadar spent long nights walking the perimeter of their original fields, the familiar plants now seeming humble next to the memory of the vibrant new strain. He weighed the glory of public acclaim against the profound security of a secret advantage, understanding that his choice would set a precedent for generations to come. His final decision, reached after a solitary vigil at the Shrine of the Twin Moons, was a masterstroke of strategic patience that defined his maturity as a leader. He would not reveal the new strain. Instead, he chose a path of absolute, uncompromising secrecy. He summoned Dardra and the scouts, swearing them to a blood oath of silence, the most sacred and severe vow a Khajiit can take. He then selected a tiny, hand-picked team consisting of a make, his most loyal gardener, and 2 guards from his own extended family. Under the cover of a moonless night, they returned to the hidden valley. Their mission was not to harvest, but to cultivate. They would become the invisible gardeners of this miracle, carefully tending the hidden patch, collecting its seeds, and establishing a second, even more secluded plot deep within a network of caves they had discovered, a place where no flying scout or prying magical eye could ever find it. The knowledge of this strain, its location, and its cultivation would be compartmentalized, shared only with this tiny, sealed circle. The rest of the clan, including the elders and the guild liaisons, would continue their work as if nothing had changed. Jadar decided that their newfound advantage would not be a banner to be waved, but a foundation to be buried deep, strengthening their position from the ground up without anyone ever seeing the source of its new, unshakable strength. This choice to hoard their greatest discovery instantly escalated the stakes of their entire enterprise to a dizzying new height. Possession of the Blight-Resistant strain gave the Khajiit an unparalleled strategic edge, a hidden ace that guaranteed their long-term relevance and power regardless of market fluctuations or political squabbles. It was the ultimate insurance policy, a secret reservoir of dominance that allowed Jadar to negotiate from a position of unspoken, unassailable confidence. He could afford to be generous in his dealings with the Guild and even with the Argonians, because he knew that he held a trump card that could reshape the entire board whenever he chose to play it. This knowledge infused his leadership with a new, quiet authority. The balance of power in the moon sugar trade had shifted, not with a dramatic treaty or a public announcement, but in the silent, fertile soil of a forgotten valley. The clan, without anyone else in Tamriel realizing it, had just leaped light years ahead of all their competitors, securing a legacy that was now protected not just by guards and contracts, but by the profound power of a secret too valuable to ever be spoken aloud. The soaring demand for moon sugar had transformed the clan's modest trade into a pillar of the Imperial economy, and with that prominence came a summons Jadar could not ignore. Legate Valerius did not send a letter. He arrived in person at the head of a full diplomatic column, his polished armor gleaming under the elsewhere sun, a clear signal that the matter at hand was of the highest importance. In the shade of the main pavilion, surrounded by the sense of home and the wary eyes of his clan, Jadar listened as Valerius unfurled a map of Tamriel. With a sweep of his hand, the legate pointed not to trade routes, but to vast, empty tracts of land in Cyrodiil's heartland, the fertile valleys of High Rock, and even the more temperate regions of Skyrim. His proposal was breathtaking in its scope and ambition. The Empire, he declared, would fund a massive, unprecedented expansion of moon sugar cultivation across these provinces. But they would not simply hire farmers. They wanted the Khajiit as the master architects and permanent overseers of this new empire within an empire. Valerius offered Jadar and his people a title, vast estates in foreign lands, and a level of wealth that would make them rival the oldest noble houses of Cyrodiil. It was an offer of ultimate integration, a chance to weave the Khajiit so deeply into the fabric of the empire that their name would be remembered for as long as the dragon banner flew. The sheer scale of the potential consequences was staggering. Accepting this role would catapult the clan into a stratum of power and influence they could scarcely imagine. They would no longer be merely suppliers. They would be governors of a critical imperial resource, their voices heard in the highest chambers of the White Gold Tower. The financial rewards would be boundless, securing the prosperity of every Khajiit in the clan for 1,000 generations. Yet, this glittering future was shadowed by a chilling prerequisite. To become these empire-wide overseers, they would have to leave. They would have to abandon the sun-baked canyons and sacred groves of their homeland, the very earth that had given birth to their unique strain of moon sugar and nurtured their culture for centuries. Their lives would become a permanent rotation between foreign estates, Their children would grow up knowing the stone of Imperial cities better than the desert sands, and their traditions, so intimately tied to the specific phases of the elsewhere moons and the spirit of this land, would inevitably fade, diluted by the constant need to adapt to foreign soils and foreign customs. They were being offered the world, but the price was their soul, the very identity that had made their moon sugar a legend in the first place. This placed Jadar at the most profound crossroads of his life, a conflict that tore at the two halves of his own nature. One part of him, the ambitious leader who had bargained with legates and outmaneuvered saboteurs, saw the immense strategic value in Valerius's plan. By embedding themselves at the heart of this Imperial project, they could ensure its quality, protect their methods from misuse, and wield a soft power that could benefit all Khajiit for ages to come. It was the ultimate fulfillment of the path he had chosen when he first offered that sample to the Empire. Yet the other part of him, the young caravan guard who had first glimpsed the rare bloom under the twin moons, recoiled at the thought. He remembered the Elder's warnings from long ago that dealing with the Imperials risked being swallowed whole. To leave would be the final step in that absorption. He would be trading the tangible reality of his homeland for a gilded cage in a foreign court, becoming a manager of a global enterprise rather than a guardian of a cultural treasure. The tension was no longer just between tradition and progress. It was a choice between becoming a global power or remaining a local legend, between shaping the world and preserving the world that had shaped them. To refuse, however, was to risk everything they had already built. Valerius was not merely making a suggestion, he was presenting a logical next step, and to reject it could be seen as a profound insult, a signal that the Khajiit's loyalty had its limits, potentially cooling the very alliance that guaranteed their current safety and success. Knowing he could not make this decision alone, and feeling the weight of a choice that would echo through generations, Jadar turned to the oldest source of wisdom his people possessed. He did not call a council of his advisors. Instead, he went alone to the most secluded of the sacred groves, a place where the moon sugar plants grew wild and untended, their roots sunk deep into the ancestral soil. He spent a full day and night in fasting and meditation, seeking guidance not from the living, but from the clan spirits, the ethereal presence of those who had walked these sands before him. He poured out his dilemma, not in words, but in feeling, the pull of immense ambition against the deep, anchoring love for his home. The answer did not come as a voice, but as a gradual, dawning realization as he watched the resilient plants around him. They thrived not because they were forcibly transplanted, but because they belonged here. Their strength was drawn from this specific place, this specific balance. The spirits seemed to whisper that true strength was not in conquering new lands, but in making one's own land so vital that its influence spreads naturally. He understood that to leave would be to sever that root, to trade enduring strength for fleeting control. The path forward was not to become the Empire's planters, but to become its teachers, to share the knowledge of growth without surrendering the source of that knowledge. Armed with this clarity, Jadar returned to the negotiating table with Valerius, not to refuse, but to refine. He thanked the legate for the incredible honor and acknowledged the brilliant logic behind the expansion. Then he laid out his counter-proposal. Instead of the Khajiit becoming permanent overseers who abandoned their homeland, He suggested a joint venture of a different kind. The clan would become the premier trainers and advisors. They would select the most promising tracts of Imperial land, and in partnership with local growers already connected to that soil, they would teach them. The Khajiit would dispatch their most skilled cultivators, not as rulers, but as mentors. They would guide the farmers of Cyrodiil and High Rock in adapting the techniques of sustainable harvesting, of lunar-aligned planting, and of respectful cultivation, all tailored to the local climate and customs. The Khajiit would remain based in Elsewhere, the heart of the operation, the keepers of the original sacred strain, while their students would establish satellite production centers across the Empire. This way, the Empire would get its expanded supply, but the Khajiit would retain their homeland, their cultural center, and their role as the revered masters of their craft, not merely its administrators. This counter-proposal was a diplomatic triumph that achieved the seemingly impossible. Valerius, initially taken aback by the deviation from his grand plan, quickly saw its superior strategic wisdom. It was far more efficient and politically stable to train local populations than to install a foreign elite to manage the land. It would foster goodwill in the provinces and create a self-sustaining system that was less reliant on the constant presence of a single clan. The compromise satisfied the Imperial need for growth while honoring the Khajiit's need for cultural integrity. Jadar had successfully navigated the perilous waters between ambition and tradition, securing their wealth and influence without sacrificing their soul. The immediate crisis was averted, and the alliance with the Empire was not just preserved, but deepened through a new, more collaborative framework. However, this elegant solution came with its own, more subtle form of escalation. By agreeing to train growers across Tamriel, Jadar had set in motion the deliberate and widespread dissemination of knowledge that had once been their most fiercely guarded secret. Their unique methods, their sustainable practices, the very techniques that had given them their edge, would now be shared, adapted, and integrated into the agricultural fabric of multiple provinces. Their legacy was no longer confined to a single product. It was now transforming into an influential school of thought, a set of principles that would begin to shape farming, alchemy, and land stewardship across the continent, ensuring their impact would be felt for centuries, long after the last crystal of their own harvest was gone. The journey from the familiar dunes of Elsewhere to the verdant, rolling hills of Cyrodiil was a lesson in humility and adaptation for Jadar. He arrived not with a merchant's caravan, but with a carefully selected team of his clan's most knowledgeable cultivators, elders who could read the subtle health of a plant by the scent of its leaves, and younger innovators who understood the new alchemical supports. Their first sight of the Imperial test fields was both promising and daunting. The soil was darker, richer, and held moisture differently than their own arid homeland. The angle of the sun, the patterns of the rainfall, even the way the wind moved through the Cyrodiilic oaks was alien. Their sacred techniques, perfected over generations under the twin moons, could not be simply transplanted like a seedling. They had to be translated. Jadar's first act was to walk the proposed fields with the local farmers, his bare paws feeling the cool, damp earth, learning its temperament. He realized that success would not come from imposing their ways, but from weaving their wisdom with the local knowledge of these men and women who had tilled this land for centuries. They spent weeks in patient experimentation, adjusting irrigation schedules to match the heavier dew of the Colovian highlands, and modifying the composition of their water retention potions to work with the different mineral content in the soil. It was a collaborative dance, a fusion of ancient Khajiit tradition with the practical, earth-bound wisdom of Imperial agriculture. The consequences of this successful adaptation were profound and far-reaching. As the first cyrodiilic moon sugar plants took root, their stalks strong and their buds beginning to shimmer with a healthy, if slightly different, energy, the relationship between the Khajiit and their hosts transformed. The local farmers, initially wary of these exotic cat folk who had arrived with an imperial mandate, began to look upon them not as foreign overseers, but as invaluable mentors. They saw that Jadar and his team were not there to command, but to share, to guide their hands and help them understand the unique needs of this magical crop. The Khajiit were invited to share meals in farmhouse kitchens, their advice sought on everything from crop rotation to pest control. This respect was a new kind of currency, more valuable than gold. It solidified their reputation as masters of their craft. Furthermore, the successful harvest in Cyrodiil, followed by another in the misty vales of High Rock, achieved a critical strategic goal. The moon sugar supply was no longer a single, fragile thread stretching from the deserts of elsewhere. It was now a diversified network. A drought in the Alakar or a blight in the Tenmer forest would no longer mean catastrophe for the entire continent. The risk of total crop failure, a specter that had haunted Jadar since the Great Drought, was finally significantly diminished. Tamriel's magical and economic stability was now supported by multiple pillars, and the Khajiit were the architects who had made it possible. This new role, however, brought with it a fresh and insidious form of conflict. Not all of their students were motivated by a desire for knowledge or a commitment to sustainable practice. In High Rock, particularly, Jadar encountered a clever and ambitious Breton alchemist named Thuron, who saw the Khajiit's methods not as a philosophy to be learned, but as a formula to be reverse engineered and exploited. Thuron was relentlessly inquisitive, but his questions always skirted the edges of their most guarded secrets, the precise lunar incantations used during the final harvest, the exact ratio of rare marsh root in the blight antidote. He was caught on multiple occasions attempting to sneak cuttings of the prime mother plants, and Jadar's scouts reported that Thuron had been meeting with representatives of a rival merchant consortium, offering them insider knowledge of the Khajiit techniques for a hefty price. This was the tension Jadar had feared. He had to enforce the ethical boundaries of their partnership to protect the intellectual heritage of his people, but he could not do so with the heavy hand of a tyrant. To react with public accusations or physical force would undermine the very trust and respect they were working so hard to build. It would make them look like jealous hoarders, confirming the worst suspicions of those who believed they were only in it for themselves. He had to find a way to chastise the deceitful without alienating the diligent, to protect their secrets without appearing to have secrets worth stealing. Faced with this ethical challenge, Jadar made a decision that reflected his deep understanding of long-term influence over short-term control. He rejected the idea of punishment through force or public shaming. Instead, he designed a system rooted in the very principles of trust and mutual benefit, that had guided his entire journey. He formally instituted a structured apprenticeship program. Access to knowledge would now be tiered. Beginner apprentices would learn the foundational, universally applicable principles of respectful cultivation and soil health. Only after they had demonstrated not just skill, but also integrity and a genuine commitment to the craft over a significant period would they be invited to become journeymen, privy to the more advanced, Khajiit-specific techniques. This system made the deeper knowledge a reward for proven character, not something that could be stolen in a single night. To deal with individuals like Thuron directly, Jadar employed a policy of quiet, economic consequence. He did not banish Thuron or have him arrested. Instead, he simply cut off his access. Thuron found himself and his farm excluded from the next season's allocation of the most potent mother plant seeds. He was passed over for the new, improved water retention potions. His operation began to fall behind the yields and quality of his more honest neighbors, a silent but powerful lesson in the tangible cost of deceit. Jadar made it clear that in this new network, trust was the most valuable asset, and it was a currency that had to be earned. The escalation that resulted from this principled stand was a quiet revolution in the Khajiit's place in the world. Their cultivation methods, once a tightly held clan secret, began to be recognized as the gold standard for sustainable, high-yield magical agriculture. The Khajiit principles of lunar, aligned planting, deep earth irrigation, and symbiotic alchemy started to appear in agricultural textbooks in the Imperial city and were debated by scholars at the University of Gwylem. They were no longer just traders of a rare commodity. They had become cultural ambassadors, their teachings carrying the weight of their entire people's wisdom and heritage. Their influence began to seep into the very soil of foreign nations. In Cyrodiil, farmers started using adapted versions of their companion planting strategies to protect their wheat fields. In High Rock, alchemists began to study the Khajiit's holistic approach to plant health, applying its principles to their own herb gardens. The Khajiit were no longer just visitors in these lands. They were becoming a part of their agricultural and cultural landscape, their ideas taking root and blossoming in ways that went far beyond the moon sugar fields, subtly reshaping how people across Tamriel thought about the relationship between the land, its cultivators, and the magic that flowed through both. The air in the Cyrodiilic Valley was different, cooler, heavier with the scent of damp earth and ripening grain, a stark contrast to the dry, sweet fragrance of the elsewhere deserts. Yet on this day, that familiar, crystalline aroma of moon sugar hung over the Imperial test fields, a tangible promise fulfilled. The first large-scale harvest was not just a success, it was a spectacle. Under the bright Cyrodiil sun, Khajiit and Imperial workers moved together through rows of healthy, glowing plants, their sickles flashing in unison. The stalks, adapted to this foreign soil, yielded buds that shimmered with a potent, steady light, a testament to the months of patient collaboration and adapted techniques. The yield was abundant, the quality exceptional. To mark this historic achievement, a grand festival was convened, a microcosm of Tamriel itself. Dignitaries arrived from every corner of the continent, stern Nord Thanes from Skyrim, curious in their heavy furs, elegant Altmer emissaries from the Somerset Isles, their expressions carefully neutral, Red Guard princes from Hammerfell, and of course, a full contingent from the Imperial court, led by a beaming legate Valerius. The field, once just a plot of land, was transformed into a vibrant tapestry of cultures, all drawn by the success of a single, transformative crop. The consequences of this triumph were immediate and resounding. Across Tamriel, the Khajiit were no longer spoken of as mere desert traders or lucky harvesters. In the speeches given that day, they were hailed as visionaries, as innovators who had bridged worlds. Legate Valerius himself took the podium, his voice carrying across the gathered crowd as he praised the Khajiit genius that had brought unparalleled prosperity and a powerful new magical resource directly to the Empire's heartland. They were credited not just with creating a product, but with forging a new model of cooperation, proving that the ancient wisdom of one culture could be grafted onto another to create something greater than the sum of its parts. This acceptance, this validation from the most powerful political entity on the continent, was a shield of legitimacy more potent than any army. It solidified their reputation as masters of their craft and as crucial partners in the Empire's economic and magical future, elevating their status from provincial suppliers to international dignitaries in their own right. Yet, amidst the music and the celebratory toasts, Jadar moved with a quiet, watchful tension. He could hear the glowing praise from the Imperial dignitaries, but he could also hear the quieter, more complex conversations happening among his own people. As he circulated through the crowd, he caught snippets of Khajiit speech, the tones layered with a pride that was tinged with unease. An elder, watching a group of Imperial mages expertly examining a harvested bud, murmured to his companion, "They learn our ways so quickly. Soon, will they need us at all?" A younger crafter, who had spent years perfecting the art of the harvest, confessed a feeling that his unique, hard-won skills were becoming commonplace, his special role diluted in this new, widespread enterprise. The very success that guaranteed their security also threatened to erase the distinct, irreplaceable identity that had been the source of their value. Jadar was navigating a narrow path between the immense benefits of this widespread acceptance and the simmering fear among his clansmen that they were, in their moment of greatest victory, making themselves obsolete, trading their unique soul for a seat at a table where they might eventually become just another guest. This internal conflict came to a head during a private meeting with his most trusted clansmen on the eve of the festival's main ceremony. The air was thick with the same unease he had felt in the crowd. The traditionalists argued that they had already given too much, that each shared secret was a piece of their heritage sold. They urged him to pull back, to re-establish their exclusivity, and remind the world that the true, original magic still resided only in Elsewhere. Jadar listened patiently, acknowledging their fears as valid and born from a deep love for their culture. But then he posed a question of his own. Do we want to be a flickering torch, jealously guarded until its flame is extinguished, or a rising sun whose light touches every corner of Tamriel? He argued that their strength was no longer in hoarding, but in leading. Their role was evolving from being the sole source to being the acknowledged masters and guardians of the knowledge itself. To retreat now would be to squander the goodwill they had earned, and to confirm every suspicion that they were isolationists at heart. The future, he insisted, lay not in being the only growers, but in being the teachers and standard setters for all of Tamriel. His decision, announced at the climax of the festival before the assembled dignitaries, was a masterful act of statesmanship designed to resolve this tension and redefine their legacy. After accepting the formal accolades from the Empire, Jadar stepped forward and, in a voice that carried across the silent, expectant field, made a proclamation that would echo through history. He announced the founding of the Lunar Accord Foundation, a philanthropic organization funded entirely by a substantial, permanent portion of the moon sugar trade profits. Its mission would be to support and advance sustainable farming practices, not just for moon sugar, but for all forms of agriculture across every province of Tamriel. It would grant funds to farmers struggling with drought, research new irrigation techniques, and establish libraries of agricultural knowledge, all based on the principles his people had perfected. This was not a withdrawal, it was an expansion of their purpose. He was channeling their wealth and their expertise into a force for universal good, cementing a legacy not of mere merchants, but of benefactors and pioneers. This single, magnanimous act fundamentally transformed the nature of their enterprise. The moon sugar trade was no longer just an economic activity, a simple exchange of goods for gold. It was now a movement. It became a symbol of unity and progress, a tangible example of how shared knowledge and cooperation could yield prosperity for all. The Foundation positioned the Khajiit as stewards of the land itself, their influence now tied to the health and well-being of farms, from the Rethgarian mountains to the swamps of Black Marsh. However, this very elevation also cast a brighter, more penetrating light upon them, attracting a new kind of scrutiny. In the opulent courts of rival nobles, and among the more conservative factions within the empire itself, wary eyes watched Jadar's announcement. They saw not just generosity, but the consolidation of immense soft power. To control such a vast fund, to have one's name on agricultural schools and relief efforts across the continent, was to wield an influence that bypassed traditional armies and political decrees. It was a concentration of cultural and economic influence that made some powerful figures deeply nervous, wondering if this Khajiit clan was building an empire of goodwill that could one day rival the authority of kings and emperors. The Harvest Festival, for all its celebration, had become a definitive turning point, not only cementing the Khajiit's place in the world, but also setting the stage for a new, more complex kind of political challenge, where their greatest strength, their respected voice, would also become their most carefully watched asset. Success, it seemed, had a way of casting the longest shadows. The very prosperity that Jadar's Lunar Accord Foundation was meant to celebrate now fueled a rising tide of resentment that began to lap at the edges of his influence. The discontent did not erupt from the grand halls of the Imperial city, but from the dusty town squares and humble village gatherings of his own elsewhere, and from the rural heartlands of other provinces. It was a grassroots movement, born from a deep-seated fear of change. In the taverns of Riverhold and the tribal councils of the Tenmer Forest, traditionalist Khajiit factions began to raise their voices. They argued that the widespread cultivation of moon sugar was not a gift to Tamriel, but a slow poison. They claimed it was eroding the unique tapestry of local cultures, transforming sacred traditions into standardized industrial processes. A ritual harvest under the twin moons, once a deeply spiritual event, connecting a community to its land and its ancestors, was in danger of becoming just another line on an Imperial production schedule. The very soul of their practice, they lamented, was being sold for septims and Imperial favor. This criticism struck at Jadar with a personal, painful precision. The whispers that once circulated only in the dark now found their way into open letters and public speeches. He was no longer hailed universally as a visionary. To a growing number of his own people, he was Jadar the Imperial Paw, a leader who had bartered their heritage for a title and a manor he rarely visited. Outsiders joined the chorus, their motives a mixture of genuine concern and cynical opportunism. A prominent Nord chieftain from the Rift declared that the moon sugar trade was creating a dangerous dependency, making weaker provinces reliant on the whims of the Khajiit and their imperial masters. A Redguard poet from Sentinel published a widely circulated verse depicting the trade as a sweet shackle, binding diverse cultures to a single, homogenizing economic engine. Jadar found himself besieged from all sides, accused of betraying the very traditions he had fought so hard to preserve, his life's work reframed as an act of cultural treason. The wealth and influence he had secured for his clan were now being used as evidence against him, proof that he had lost touch with the simple, rugged values of his origins. This placed Jadar on a diplomatic tightrope, more precarious than any mountain pass he had ever crossed. His every word and action was now scrutinized through a lens of intense suspicion. If he defended his actions too forcefully, he would alienate the traditionalists completely, potentially fracturing his own clan and igniting a civil conflict within Elsewhere. He could not dismiss their fears as mere backwardness. Their love for their culture was as real and valid as his own ambition for its security. Yet, if he capitulated to their demands and pulled back from the international agreements, he would betray the thousands of farmers, alchemists, and merchants across Tamriel who now depended on the stable, regulated trade he had helped create. He would shatter the trust of the Mages Guild and the Empire, inviting economic collapse and potentially even retaliatory sanctions. He had to find a path that acknowledged the legitimacy of the grievances without dismantling the entire system. He needed to prove that progress and preservation were not mutually exclusive, that it was possible to share their prosperity without sacrificing their soul, all while navigating the explosive politics of cultural pride and economic interdependence. The solution he conceived was as ambitious as it was risky. He would not try to silence the critics with decrees or buy them off with gold. Instead, he would invite them to the table. He announced his intention to organize a grand congress, a gathering unlike any seen before in Tamriel. He sent invitations not just to the Imperial growers and the Mages Guild, but to the very traditionalist Khajiit factions who denounced him, to the skeptical Nord chieftains, the wary Redguard elders, and the representatives from every province where moon sugar now took root. The location itself was a message of neutrality, a temporary encampment erected on the border between Elsewhere and Cyrodiil, a symbolic space between the old world and the new. The goal was not to deliver a speech, but to draft a document together, a charter of growers. This charter would not be imposed from the top down, but built from the ground up, establishing a universal set of ethical practices for the cultivation and trade of moon sugar. It would be a living document designed to ensure that local customs were respected, that the land was treated with reverence, and that the immense profits generated were shared more fairly, with a guaranteed percentage flowing back to support the communities at the source, not just the merchants in the middle. The stakes of this Congress could not have been higher. It was a monumental gamble. By bringing such fiercely opposed viewpoints into a single, high-pressure forum, Jadar risked creating a stage for a spectacular and very public failure. If the talks collapsed into shouting matches or, worse, if they ended with a weak, meaningless document, it would validate every critic's claim that the trade was inherently ungovernable and culturally destructive. It would expose the deep fractures within the Moon Sugar community for all of Tamriel to see, emboldening their enemies and shattering the confidence of their allies. The entire edifice of cooperation he had spent years building could come crashing down in a matter of days. Yet, the potential reward was the only chance for a lasting peace. A successful charter would do more than just quell the immediate unrest. It would transform the Moon Sugar trade from a controversial economic force into a legitimate, multicultural institution. It would provide a framework for resolving future disputes and set a precedent for how different cultures could manage a shared resource with mutual respect. The Congress was not just about regulating a crop. It was about defining the very nature of civilization in a rapidly changing Tamriel, determining whether its diverse peoples could find unity in shared interest, or would fracture along the lines of tradition and fear. The atmosphere at the border encampment was electric, a volatile mixture of hope, suspicion, and the palpable pressure of history in the making. Under a great pavilion, stitched together from the silks of Elsewhere and the woolens of Skyrim, delegates from every corner of Tamriel sat in a wide circle. The air was thick with the scent of ink, sweat, and the distinct perfumes of a dozen different cultures. There were grizzled Nord Thanes who looked as if they'd rather be swinging axes than debating clauses, elegant Altmer diplomats who scrutinized every syllable for hidden meanings, pragmatic Imperial bureaucrats with scrolls piled high, and Khajiit traditionalists, their postures stiff with a deep-seated wariness. At the center of it all lay the draft of the Moon Sugar Growers' Charter, a document that had been forged over weeks of grueling negotiation. It was a thing of beauty and compromise, outlining clear standards for sustainable harvest to prevent another blight, establishing principles for fair labor so that no farmer would be exploited, and most critically, enshrining protections for the cultural practices that made each region's approach unique. For a breathtaking moment, as the final reading concluded, it seemed that consensus had been miraculously achieved. A shared sense of accomplishment warmed the tent, the promise of a unified, peaceful future for the trade finally within reach. That fragile unity shattered in an instant over two deceptively simple words: voting rights. A Red Guard delegate from Hammerfell, a proud woman named Chazira, slammed her palm on the table. This charter creates a governing council, but it says majority vote decides all matters of profit distribution and quota, she declared, her voice sharp as a scimitar. This is unacceptable. The larger provinces, with their imperial backing, will outvote the smaller ones on every issue. You will decide how much gold flows into our coffers and call it democracy, while the heartlands of this trade, like Elsewhere and Black Marsh, become mere servants to Cyrodiil's appetite. Her argument ignited a firestorm. The Argonian envoy, still present from the earlier truce, gave a slow, sibilant hiss of agreement. The traditionalist Khajiit faction, led by the elder Rikar, saw their fears realized and rose to their feet, their protests echoing Shazira's. The Imperials and Bretons, in turn, argue that financial contribution and market size should naturally equate to greater influence. The elegant compromise of the Charter was unraveling before Jadar's eyes, not over the spirit of the agreement, but over the brutal mechanics of power. The lofty ideals of cooperation were crashing against the hard rocks of self-interest, and the entire historic accord teetered on the brink of collapse, threatening to leave behind nothing but bitterness and a renewed, more formalized set of grievances. Jadar watched the chaos unfold, his heart a heavy stone in his chest. He saw the future in that moment, not one of unity, but of entrenched blocks and perpetual political warfare. The Charter would either be stillborn, or it would become a weapon for the strong to wield against the weak. He knew he could not side with any one faction without destroying everything. His own clansmen looked to him, their expressions a mixture of expectation and accusation. He had brought them to this point, promising them a seat at the table, and now it seemed that table was being set for a feast where they would be the last served. He felt the weight of every decision he had ever made: the rejected Orcish offer, the truce with the Argonians, the training of foreign growers, all culminating in this single, explosive moment. The easy path would be to walk away, to retreat to the desert with his people and their secrets, letting the rest of Tamriel tear itself apart over the spoils. But he thought of his friend, lost to a caravan guard's blade, a life sacrificed for this dream of something better. He thought of the blight and the poison, the endless, shadowy conflict that would only continue if this charter failed. He could not let it fail. He had to find a solution that acknowledged the inequality of power without cementing it, a mechanism that gave the small a voice and the large a stake in listening. Rising to his feet, he did not shout for order. Instead, he simply stood, his silence a stark contrast to the raging debate, until the pavilion gradually grew quiet, all eyes turning to him. He began not by arguing for the charter, but by dismantling the fear that was destroying it. "We are not here to create an empire," he said, his voice calm, but carrying to every corner. "We are here to create a partnership, and in a partnership, the strong do not get to dictate to the weak. They have a responsibility to ensure the weak can also thrive, for the health of the whole." He then laid out his compromise, a two-part solution crafted in that moment of intense pressure. First, he addressed the council leadership. "We will not have a permanent chair held by the most powerful," he declared. "We will have a rotating leadership. For 1 year, a delegate from Cyrodiil may preside. The next, a voice from elsewhere. Then from Hammerfell, from High Rock, and so on through every signatory province." This meant that no single power could control the agenda indefinitely. Every region, regardless of its size, would have a turn at guiding the collective destiny of the trade. His second proposal was even more revolutionary. To address the bitter conflict over profit distribution, he suggested the creation of a mutual aid fund, written directly into the Charter's foundation. A fixed percentage of all moon sugar profits from every single grower, from the largest Imperial plantation to the smallest Khajiit grove, would be pooled into this central treasury. This fund would not be controlled by the majority. Instead, it would be managed by a separate, elected committee with representatives from the smaller provinces and its purpose would be singular: to provide grants and interest-free loans to communities suffering from drought, blight, or market fluctuations. A Khajiit clan, facing a failed harvest, could apply for aid without begging from Cyrodiil. A Redguard grower whose fields were swallowed by sandstorms could rebuild without falling into debt. This transformed the profit distribution argument from a zero-sum game into a system of collective insurance. The wealthy provinces would still earn the lion's share of their own profits, but by contributing to the fund, they were buying long-term stability for the entire network, ensuring that a crisis in one corner of Tamriel did not become a catastrophe for all. It made their individual success dependent on the collective resilience of the whole. The reaction in the pavilion was not immediate jubilation, but a slow, dawning realization. Jazira, the Redguard delegate, studied Jadar with a new, calculating respect. The Argonian envoy gave a slow, deliberate nod. The Imperial representatives, while wary of ceding direct control, recognized the profound business sense in the proposal. It was cheaper to maintain a stable, cooperative system than to constantly put down rebellions and fight trade wars. Rikar and the Khajiit traditionalists, while not fully appeased, saw that Jadar had secured for them a permanent voice and a financial safety net that honored their role as the originators of the trade. One by one, the delegates returned to the table. The scribes were called, and the new clauses were drafted into the charter, the ink dark and permanent on the parchment. When the final signature was placed, a profound, weary silence fell over the gathering, followed by a release of tension so powerful it felt like a change in the weather. They had done it. They had not just signed a trade agreement, they had created a constitution for a new way of living together. The consequences of that signing echoed across the continent with the force of a legal decree. The Moon Sugar Growers Charter instantly became a landmark document, a precedent that scholars and diplomats would study for centuries. It proved that nations with ancient enmities could find common ground in shared economic interest, and that a resource could be managed internationally with rules that respected both power and vulnerability. The charter dramatically reduced the petty conflicts and border skirmishes that had plagued the trade routes, replacing the law of the claw with the rule of law. Caravans now moved under the protection of a universally recognized seal, and disputes were settled in council chambers instead of on bloody roads. The Moon Sugar trade was no longer a volatile market. It was solidifying into a permanent, stabilizing force in Tamriel's economy, a web of mutual obligation that made the continent a little smaller and a great deal more interconnected. Yet, this very success gave birth to a new, more subtle form of escalation. The charter, for all its wisdom, created a bureaucracy. There were now committees to elect, reports to file, quotas to verify, and fund distributions to audit. The simple, instinctual leadership Jadar had practiced, born of protecting a caravan or saving a harvest, was now insufficient. He had to learn to navigate procedural motions and budgetary reviews. The trade's new stability came with the cost of complexity, of countless hours spent in meetings ensuring the machine they had built continued to function smoothly and, most importantly, fairly. The charter itself became a powerful symbol, but like all symbols, it was open to interpretation. To the farmers in the fields, it was a shield against exploitation. To the merchants in the cities, it was a guarantee of quality and supply, and to the politicians in the palaces, it was something new and unnerving, a transnational institution whose authority sometimes brushed against the edges of their own sovereign power. The signature on that parchment did not mark an end, but the beginning of a new era, one where the greatest challenge was no longer defending a secret, but responsibly managing the vast, intricate, and living system they had all willingly created together. The success of the charter brought a new kind of order, a rhythm of quotas and council meetings that almost made the violent past feel like a distant dream. It was during one of these routine caravans, a shipment bound for the Mages Guild under the protective seal of the charter itself, that the dream shattered. The caravan was ambushed not by common bandits, but by a well-armed, organized group who fought with a specific, brutal intent. They ignored the crates of general goods, targeting the moon sugar with a precision that spoke of inside knowledge. Jadar's lifelong friend and chief scout, a fiercely loyal Khajiit named Majhad, was leading the guard detail. He had been Jadar's shadow since they were cubs, the first to laugh at a joke and the first to stand at his side in a fight. When the ambush was sprung, Majhad did not hesitate. He positioned himself as the final shield between the attackers and the precious cargo, buying precious seconds for the caravan drivers to reinforce their line. In the chaotic skirmish that followed, a single, expertly thrown dagger found its mark, slipping past his guard. Majhad fell, his life bleeding out onto the very trade road his decisions had helped to secure. The attackers, thwarted in their goal to seize the shipment, melted back into the wilderness, leaving behind not just a scene of violence, but the cold, still body of a hero. The news traveled back to the encampment not as a report, but as a tremor that shook the very soul of the community. When the surviving guards returned, their heads bowed and their armor still stained, they carried Majhad's body on a litter draped in the clan's colors. The wail of grief that rose from his mate was a sound that seemed to tear the very air. It was a grief that instantly became communal, a raw, shared wound that swept through every Khajiit, young and old. Jadar, who had faced down Imperial legates and Argonian saboteurs without flinching, was utterly broken by the sight. He knelt beside his friend, the weight of his leadership choices crashing down upon him with a physical force. He had built an empire of parchment and principles, a network of alliances and legal protections, but it had all failed to stop a single blade from taking the one who mattered most. The charter's success, the prosperity, the respect, it all felt like a hollow, glittering lie in the face of this profound, personal loss. His resolve, once as steady as the northern star, now wavered in a storm of guilt and rage. Had his pursuit of peace, his commitment to diplomacy, simply made his people softer, more vulnerable targets? Had he been so focused on building bridges that he forgot how to guard the gates? This personal cataclysm forced Jadar into a conflict that dwarfed all his previous political struggles. The burning, primal demand for vengeance was a fire in his blood. A faction within the clan, their grief sharpened into a razor's edge of fury, rallied around him. They knew the ambush was the work of charter violators, a rogue merchant consortium that had been denied a license and now operated outside the law, preying on the very system they despised. They had Majhad's blood on their hands. The warriors argued that a swift, devastating retaliatory strike was the only language these criminals understood. To hunt them down and wipe them out would be a tribute to their fallen brother, and a stark warning to any who would follow. It was a clear, simple, and deeply satisfying path. Yet, the ghost of the Charter, the document he had poured his soul into creating, stood in his way. To authorize a private war, to send out assassins and raiding parties, would be to tear the parchment to shreds with his own claws. It would violate the very principles of lawful conflict resolution and collective security that the Charter represented. It would prove every critic right that the Khajiit were ultimately just savages who reverted to tooth and claw when pressed. He would be sacrificing the hard-won peace of an entire continent for the catharsis of his own rage, potentially igniting a cycle of violence that could consume everything they had built. The decision did not come in a grand council, but in the deep, silent hours of the night, as he kept vigil over his friend's body. He looked at Majhad's face, no longer animated by laughter or fierce determination, and he asked himself what his friend would have wanted. Majhad had not died to start a war. He had died protecting a system designed to prevent war. His sacrifice was a defense of the Charter's promise, not a rejection of it. To answer his death with indiscriminate vengeance would be to dishonor the very principle he died for. Jadar realized that the truest way to honor his friend was not by spilling more blood, but by ensuring that such a sacrifice would never be required again. The problem was not a lack of warriors, but a failure of the system to fully protect its own. The Charter was a magnificent framework, but it was still young, its enforcement mechanisms still untested. The best tribute would be to strengthen those mechanisms, to make the trade routes so secure that no other clan would have to bear this kind of loss. When dawn broke, Jadar gathered the clan, his face etched with grief, but his voice clear and steady. He announced that there would be no retaliatory strike. Instead, he would dedicate a new, permanent institution in Majhad's name. He would use a significant portion of the clan's personal wealth to construct and endow the Majhad Guildhall. This would not be a monument of stone, but a living center of learning. Its purpose would be twofold. First, it would become the premier academy for training a new generation of caravan guards, but with a modern, sophisticated curriculum. They would learn not just combat, but threat assessment, diplomacy with local authorities, and how to leverage the Charter's legal protections to secure safe passage. Second, and just as importantly, the Guildhall would train diplomats and mediators, specialists in de-escalation who could be sent to potential flashpoints to resolve disputes before they ever erupted into violence. It was a decision that channeled their collective grief into a powerful, constructive force, focusing on building a future of security rather than avenging the pains of the past. This profound choice had immediate and deeply resonant consequences. By publicly renouncing vengeance and investing in the system, Jadar's commitment to the Charter's principles was no longer just political. It became a matter of personal, sacred honor. His resolve for peaceful trade was now tempered in the fires of personal loss, making it stronger and more unshakable than ever before. He had proven that the Charter was not a mere convenience to be abandoned when it became difficult, but a core tenet of his leadership. However, this very act also forged a new, steely hardness within him. His empathy for honest disagreement remained, but his tolerance for those who would WILL, FULLY, Chinese letter the system, who would resort to murder rather than abide by the rule of law, evaporated. The loss of his friend transformed the Moon Sugar trade from a grand economic enterprise into a deeply personal, emotional crusade. Every shipment protected was a tribute to Majhad's memory. Every conflict resolved peacefully was a victory in his name. The stakes of their endeavor were no longer measured just in gold or political influence, but in the profound human cost of failure, a weight that Jadar would carry for the rest of his days, driving him to ensure that his friend's death would be the last great sacrifice their people would ever have to make. The parchment of the charter, once a fragile promise, now seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the land. Its influence was most visible not in council chambers, but at the borders themselves. The once heavily fortified gates between Cyrodiil and Elsewhere, which had once demanded hefty tariffs and subjected Khajiit caravans to humiliating searches, now swung open with a bureaucratic ease that was itself a kind of miracle. Guards who had once viewed each other with simmering suspicion now shared shifts, their uniforms a patchwork of Imperial steel and Khajiiti leather, trading stories and complaints as the endless river of commerce flowed between their provinces. This was no longer just about Moon Sugar. The stable, protected trade routes established by the Charter became a conduit for everything. Silks from Hammerfell, Dwemer artifacts from Morrowind, and Skyrim's furs now traveled alongside the crystalline sugar, all under the same protective seal. Caravans became moving microcosms of Tamriel, with Bosmer scouts guiding Breton merchants through passes once patrolled solely by Orcish clans. The borders, those rigid lines drawn by generations of kings and emperors, were becoming blurred, not by conquest, but by the relentless, peaceful pressure of shared prosperity. This unprecedented permeability bred consequences that diplomats of the old school would have found unimaginable. In the taverns of Falkreath, Nords who had been raised on tales of elven treachery now found themselves sharing a mug with Altmer mages. Their conversation, a practical discussion about the optimal magical preservation of goods during the cold mountain transit. In the bustling markets of the Imperial city, dark elf traders and Argonian diplomats, their people's history a long scroll of conflict and slavery, found common ground in negotiating bulk shipping rates, their mutual economic interest forging a cautious, functional respect that no peace treaty had ever managed to achieve. The Moon Sugar, as the Charter's flagship commodity, became a universal language of commerce. It created a vested interest in stability that transcended ancient grudges. A Jarl in Windhelm, who might have once rallied his troops for a raid, now had to consider that such an action would disrupt the lucrative trade route that supplied his city with not only sugar, but also the medicines and luxury goods his people had come to depend on. Large-scale war was becoming not just morally reprehensible, but economically illiterate. Yet, for every merchant celebrating this new era, there was a traditional leader watching it unfold with a growing sense of dread. In the stone halls of Daggerfall, aging knights grumbled that the unique character of High Rock was being washed away in a tide of foreign influence and cheap goods. They saw their young squires more interested in the exotic fashions of Somerset Isles than in the heraldry of their own houses. In the ash-choked councils of Morrowind, conservative House Redrawn officials warned that this borderless world was a clever imperial trick, a soft conquest that would dilute their ancient culture and erode their sovereignty far more effectively than any legion. The most vocal resistance came from the military castes, whose very purpose was defined by the defense of those now weakening borders. Generals and warlords across the continent saw their budgets for new fortifications and standing armies being questioned by treasurers who argued that the gold was better spent on road maintenance and guild tariffs. They feared a loss not just of territory, but of identity, a future where the fierce pride of Skyrim or the mystical isolation of Black Marsh would be homogenized into a bland, mercantile global culture where the highest value was placed on a signed contract, not a blood oath. Witnessing this growing tension, Jadar understood that economic interdependence alone was a fragile shield. Prosperity could quiet old hatreds, but it could not replace them with genuine understanding. He saw that the fear of cultural dilution was a potent weapon in the hands of those who longed for the simpler, more divided past. His decision was to meet this cultural anxiety, not with argument, but with invitation. He began a quiet, relentless campaign of correspondence and travel, seeking out the more forward-thinking rulers in each province, a young, pragmatic Jarl in Whiterun, an intellectually curious Altmer dignitary in Firsthold, a Redguard princess in Sentinel who saw trade as the future of her people. With them, he conceived a series of grand, cross-border cultural festivals. These were not simple trade fairs, but elaborate celebrations designed to showcase the unique beauty of each culture, with the moon sugar serving as the unifying centerpiece. At the Festival of the Twin Moons, held in a valley straddling the Cyrodiil-Elsewire border, Imperial orchestras played symphonies alongside Khajiit drum circles, and master chefs from both cultures collaborated to create stunning confections where the rich, flaky pastry of Cyrodiil was filled with the delicate, magically infused moon sugar cream of Elsewire. The goal was to demonstrate that sharing did not have to mean dilution. It could mean enrichment, creating a tapestry more vibrant and beautiful for every unique thread it contained. The stakes of this cultural project were nothing less than the future political landscape of the entire continent. The success of these festivals and the deepening economic ties began to reshape alliances in ways that defied ancient maps. A block of mercantile-minded nations began to form, not based on race or old loyalties, but on a shared commitment to the charters, principles of open trade, and cultural exchange. The kingdoms of Wayrest and Sentinel found themselves in closer alignment with the neutral city-states of the Abessian Sea than with their traditional allies in the fractious interior of High Rock. This new web of relationships did not eliminate conflict, but it made large-scale, continent-spanning war a logistical and economic nightmare for any potential aggressor. To attack one member of this web was to risk the wrath and the trade embargoes of many. Yet, this very stability was its own kind of escalation, creating a new, complex geopolitical game. The traditional powers who resisted this change, like the more isolationist great houses of Morrowind or the staunchly independent Reachman tribes, found themselves increasingly isolated, their influence waning as the world moved on without them. The very concept of civilization in Tamriel was evolving from a collection of walled gardens into a sprawling, interconnected ecosystem, and Jadar, the once simple caravan guard, now found himself a reluctant architect of this new world, nurturing a fragile peace that was as promising as it was unpredictable. The Grand Council chamber in the Imperial city was a crucible of power, its vaulted ceiling echoing with the weight of millennia of history. Every throne was filled, every banner displayed, Here were the High King of Skyrim, his beard braided with iron, the cunning Altmer ambassador from the Somerset Isles, her eyes like chips of polished glass, the resolute Empress of Cyrodiil, and the inscrutable Marsh Friend, representing the united tribes of Black Marsh. They had gathered to ratify the Charter's first decade of success, but the air was thick not with celebration, but with confrontation. A coalition of traditionalists, led by a formidable Nord Jarl from the Frozen Holds and a conservative Duke from High Rock, launched their assault. They stood, their voices ringing with old grievances, and called for the Moon Sugar Growers' Charter to be dismantled. Their argument was a blade honed on the whetstone of fear. They claimed the Charter was not a pact of equals, but a clever Khajiit scheme, a tool that had granted Jadar's clan and their Imperial allies an insidious stranglehold over the most valuable resource in Tamriel. They spoke of lost sovereignty, of provinces bending their knees not to an emperor, but to a trade agreement, and they painted J.R. not as a visionary, but as a puppet master whose strings reached into every treasury and throne room on the continent. All eyes turned to Jadar. He stood from his seat, not as a merchant prince or a diplomat, but as the man he had always been, a guardian of his people. The journey flashed before him, the desperate hope of the first harvest, the bitter taste of betrayal from the poisoned gift, the profound grief of his friend's death, and the back-breaking labor of building trust where none had existed before. He knew that force, threats, or legalistic arguments would only validate their fears. His only weapon was the unvarnished truth of their shared story. He began not with a rebuttal, but with a memory. His voice, calm yet carrying to the farthest corner of the silent chamber, described the parched fields of the great drought, the terror of the magical blight, and the shadowy fear of espionage that had once threatened to strangle his clan in its crib. He spoke not of Khajiit suffering, but of a universal struggle against scarcity, deception, and the destructive nature of isolation. He painted a vivid picture of a Tamriel where every province was an island, hoarding its secrets and living in constant suspicion of its neighbors. A world where the only growth was the growth of armies, and the only harvest was one of conflict. Then he wove the narrative forward, detailing how the Moon Sugar trade had become the unexpected thread stitching these isolated islands together. He recounted the first hesitant trade with the Imperials, the life-saving expertise of Lady Cordelia, the tense but ultimately successful truce with the Argonians brokered by the Mages Guild. He spoke of the caravans that now moved freely, guarded by mixed crews of Orcs, Redguards, and Bretons, who had found common cause on the open road. He described the Lunar Accord Foundation's work, how it had funded wells in Hammerfell and preserved ancient forests in Valenwood, benefits that reached far beyond the Moon Sugar fields. This charter, he declared, his voice rising with passion, was not written to create an empire for the Khajiit. It was written to protect every one of us from our own worst instincts. It is a shield against the drought, a cure for the blight of greed, and the only poison antidote against the slow death of perpetual suspicion. You call it a tool for power. I have lived its story, and I tell you it is a tool for survival. Seeing the stubborn set of the Jarl's jaw and the Duke's cold skepticism, Jadar knew that words, no matter how heartfelt, might not be enough. The deepest fear, that the Khajiit were hoarding the true source of their power, remained unspoken in the chamber. It was then that he made the decision that would define his legacy forever. He reached into a small, plain satchel at his feet and produced a single, carefully preserved plant. Its stalk was a deeper green. Its bud pulsed with an intense, internal light that seemed to draw the very illumination from the room. A murmur of confusion rippled through the council. "You fear we keep the best for ourselves," Jadar said, his tone now one of ultimate vulnerability. "You are right. We found this, a new strain of moon sugar, hidden in a forgotten valley. It is twice as potent as any other, and it possesses a natural immunity to the magical blights that once threatened to destroy us all. We could have kept it secret. We could have used it to make our clan the undisputed, untouchable masters of this trade for 1,000 years, reducing all of you to permanent clients." He paused, letting the terrifying possibility of that future hang in the air. "But that is not the future I have spent my life building." With a gesture that was both simple and monumental, he offered the plant to the council. "The secret of this blight-resistant strain is not ours to keep. It is Tamriel's to share. I give it to you now, freely, as a gift to be cultivated by all signatories of this charter. Let it be grown in the fields of Skyrim, in the valleys of High Rock, and in the marshes of Black Marsh. Let its resilience become our shared resilience." This act of ultimate trust and generosity was a thunderclap in the silent chamber. It was a risk that dwarfed all others, to hand their greatest strategic advantage to their rivals and allies alike. In that single, selfless act, he eviscerated the argument that the Khajiit sought dominance. He proved, beyond any doubt, that his commitment was to shared progress, to a rising tide that would lift every vessel, not just his own. He was not building a throne. He was planting a garden for all of Tamriel, and he was inviting everyone to tend it together. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the slow, deliberate nod of the Argonian marsh friend, a gesture of respect that transcended language. The coalition of traditionalists, their central argument shattered by this breathtaking display of faith, found their opposition crumbling. The charter was not just preserved, it was sanctified, its principles cemented into the annals of history, and the moon sugar trade was forever transformed from a simple economic activity into a permanent, unifying covenant between the peoples of Tamriel. The journey home felt different this time, not a weary return from a hard-won bargain, but a quiet pilgrimage along roads he had helped to pave. The desert air, once a taste of isolation, now carried the distant echoes of the world he had connected it to. When the familiar silhouette of the clan's encampment finally appeared against the dunes, Jadar was met not with the cheers reserved for a returning merchant, but with a profound, silent reverence. The cubs who once chased sand snakes at his feet now looked upon him with wide, respectful eyes, and the elders he had once struggled to persuade greeted him with a slow, deep nod of acknowledgement. He had left as Jadar the caravan guard. He returned as Elder Jadar, a title that spoke not of age alone, but of a life spent navigating impossible choices that had, against all odds, woven the humble moon sugar into the very destiny of nations. The clan itself was a testament to this transformation. Their homes were no longer simple tents, huddled against the elements, but sturdy, elegant structures that blended traditional Khajiit design with the learned comforts of stonework and clever irrigation, a physical manifestation of their successful fusion of old and new. Their children learned their letters not just from clan storytellers, but from standardized textbooks used across Tamriel, books that included chapters on the very sustainable agricultural methods his people had pioneered. Their legacy was no longer locked away in secret groves. It was being taught in alchemy academies in Cyrodiil and agricultural guild halls in Hammerfell, a living curriculum of cooperation. This prosperity, however, was not measured in gold alone, but in the quality of the peace they now enjoyed. The constant gnawing fear of bandits or saboteurs had been replaced by the steady rhythm of a community secure in its place in the world. Caravans arrived and departed on predictable schedules, their contents protected by the international seal of the Charter, their guards as likely to be off-duty Imperial legionnaires as Khajiit warriors, all sharing a common purpose. The clan thrived, not as isolated hoarders of a rare treasure, but as the respected heart of a vast, interconnected network. Their greatest achievement was not the wealth in their coffers, but the bridges they had built, where once only walls of suspicion and tradition had stood. They had proven that different peoples, the pragmatic Imperials, the enigmatic Argonians, the fierce Nords, could find more strength in shared interest than in ancient animosity. The moon sugar fields, once a source of conflict, were now a symbol of this hard-won unity, a place where the knowledge of the Khajiit, the logistical might of the Empire, and the arcane research of the Mages Guild all converged to create something that benefited the entire continent. Of course, this new era was not without its own subtle challenges. The very bureaucracy that guaranteed their safety could sometimes feel like a tangle of red tape, a far cry from the simple, instinctual decisions of his youth. There were still disputes over quota allocations and debates in the Charter Council that tested his diplomatic patience. Rival merchants, now forced to operate within the law, still competed fiercely, and new political tensions would always arise in a world as diverse as Tamriel. Yet, these were the challenges of management and diplomacy, not of survival. They were the growing pains of a civilization learning to live with itself, a vast improvement over the existential threats of magical blights and poisoned gifts. The trade had irrevocably changed the civilizations it touched, demonstrating that a rare resource need not be a catalyst for war, but could instead become a foundation for mutual dependence and respect. It had shifted the very paradigm of power, showing that influence could be cultivated through generosity and trust as effectively as through military might. In the quiet of the evening, sitting before his dwelling with the twin moons beginning their ascent, Jadar found a peace that ran deeper than any temporary victory. He watched the younger members of the clan, the scouts, the traders, the diplomats he had trained carrying on the work he had started. They moved with a confidence he had never known at their age, a confidence born from security and a clear sense of their role in a larger world. He thought of Majhad and the sacrifice that had consecrated their path of peace. He remembered the desperate gamble of offering that first sample to the Imperials, the terrifying leap of faith that had started it all. His life had been a continuous thread of such choices, each one a balance between risk and reward, between protecting his people's soul and securing their future. And as he looked out over the thriving encampment, hearing the mingled sounds of Khajiiti laughter and the common tongue, smelling the scents of home and the distant spices of a newly arrived caravan, he knew with absolute certainty that his choices had been the right ones. He had brought his people unprecedented prosperity, lifting them from the brink of obscurity to a position of honored influence, and he had done it without ever forcing them to surrender the spirit of who they were. The clan's soul, their connection to the land and the moons, remained intact, not in spite of their engagement with the world, but enriched by it. The rare resource he had discovered under the moons had become something far greater than a commodity. It was a lasting symbol of cooperation, a legacy of bridges built that would outlive him, and every individual